Good evening, folks. Welcome back to Hint Plays, where tonight we are playing Crimson Skies. It's an alternate 1930s where America has fractured into a number of independent nations, and airships are the best way to get goods from one place to another, which means there's air pirates as well, as adequately shown in the form of dance by Shard Angel.
Yeah, I see you took my suggestion to do more pantomime seriously.
How's that was interpretive dance, darling?
Yeah.
It's an alternate America which has shattered into separate states. So it's loosely based on next year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, by way of a quick roundup of where things are, the crew received word that they were needed to investigate and locate the wreck of a Civil War era warship and retrieve its contents,
Valuable.
and all to be done under the guise of air races that are happening in the vicinity. So, of course, Midas is like, air races, I'm there. And everyone else is actually paying attention to the main mission.
He's doing a good job of drawing the attention, though.
So,
Yeah,
Having-
just think of me as a distraction. Everything's fine. I'd also, by the way, just like to say, no, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
Oh, he's being awfully affectionate today.
he is. It's
Yeah,
rather
he's
cute.
being greedy.
Or just needing second dinner, breakfast, lunch.
He's only been fed twice since I came in from work, so he's not happy with that. It's not
And that was
enough.
only 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So as we left things, we have Mithra and Monroe. No, Mithra and Madonna, having investigated someone who may know where the ship is, and is stood outside their derelict house. When I say derelict, it's a sort of Civil War era house, and covered with lots of creeping plants, covering most of the windows. It's been in a bad state for a while. Midas, having just been involved in a very tense display of air skills with another pilot that's going to be racing, who subsequently nearly crashed, Midas, of course, raced in to help get them out of the wreckage of an aircraft that wasn't, much to some flashing of press photographer lights and much applause from the gathered crowd. Is now recovering from that very, very cool incident.
Midas has a heart of gold.
Very good.
That's by definition, really.
Monroe and Merlin are on their way back to the airstrip, having followed a number of aircraft take a very weird route away from the airstrip out to sea, and then split off in 3 different directions. So,
Disobeying a direct order, I would like to point
yes,
out.
disobeying a direct directive from Madonna, no less. So over
Because
to the
impulsive.
players. Let's remind us who you are playing. So going from right to left on my screen. Shard.
I'm playing Dr. Uttercup, one of the best doctors in the nation, and one of the more skilled pilots. I like to do emergency procedures for things. Yeah, that's all I can say about her at the moment.
And Drut.
I'm playing Madonna, villain Masha, former pilot and circus flyer. Now in alleged command, although people keep ignoring my direct orders, which are given for their own personal sake.
I followed one order so far when I didn't light my pipe in your airplane.
Yes, that was it.
Followed is a little bit of a strong word to use there.
It was fairly simple. You did not follow orders. I simply suspended you from wing.
I
It was
believe there is a saying which I think will probably apply very nicely to the strategy you should use when giving orders. If you want to ride a horse, first ride it in the direction it wants to go.
So
Yes.
moving on from issuing of direct orders to people who didn't follow direct orders. Jury.
So I'm playing Moody, who's kind of an ex-military sort of mercenary bodyguard type, and I'm trying to learn to play a more impulsive character because she's supposed to be kind of more impulsive and punch first, ask questions later kind of person. She is tasked with protecting the prototype that Robinson's character worked on, and second to that, protecting Robinson's character because he kind of is necessary to do repairs and maintenance on the prototype, but he's less important to her than the prototype itself. That's her main goal, is to make sure the prototype is safe and gets the use and the testing that it needs.
See, technically, then you are following orders, and it's him that is disobeying orders.
Yeah, because she was convinced to go along with this disobeying orders because he said he needed to test the little doodads on the controls. So
You were disobeying some previous orders rather than the more recent orders.
yeah, I was technically sticking to what I was supposed to do. But Moody wouldn't think about it that much. I don't think that she would put that much thought into figuring out that she was actually technically obeying orders. She just is impulsive.
So moving along, Fish. Tell us about Midas.
Well, I mean, what is there to say, really? My name is Chuck Shackelford, heir to the Clark Quigley fortune, but we don't really talk about that. That's why I use the name Shackelford, so that I don't want people to give me any kind of credit just because I come from a famous family and both of my parents are famous flyers, and like they came that close to getting the Atlantic record. I mean, literally the only thing that stopped them was the fact that they had a newborn, and everybody said, no, don't be stupid, you can't fly across the Atlantic with him on board. So they had to delay, and the next thing you know, they'd be beaten to it. Anyway, the point is, I'm a flyer. That's really all you need to know.
Fish, you need to use that accent in some of your streams and talk just exactly like that.
Yes. Especially when flying in EGS.
Yeah,
Oh,
or
God,
Elite.
yes.
the goggles when playing Elite Dangerous.
Yes. There you go then. That's now the voice of Fish in Elite Dangerous.
Yeah.
So last but by no means least, Robinson. Talk
Yeah,
to
okay.
us.
Oh god, I'm broke.
Don't die, please. Not live on stream, at least.
No, hang on. It's time for the big save.
God. Other
Other
energy drinks are available.
Glucose-based energy drinks are available, yes.
Sadly, we are not sponsored yet.
Yeah.
So, I'm playing Urbanus Hamilton, who is a upcoming engineer working in the electronics and radiology fields, among other things. And he's developed the prototype, which Jory mentioned. He developed the prototype. He developed a part of the prototype, specifically the radar technology used on it, which he's responsible for. And the excuse that I gave, I think, for disobeying orders was that having 3 targets was the perfect chance to calibrate the radar
Yes.
instead of
Sounds
just having
about
one. Okay. And the main thing about Urbanus that you need to remember is that he's very overconfident in his own ability.
I would not know what that's like.
So yeah, just
In
if
fairness,
there
I
is
can
a
just
margin for error, like if he says there's a margin for error, then make sure that you keep a wide berth, because that margin for error is probably more like a significantly high chance of failure.
I feel like there's a pattern with your characters. Is that just me?
I don't know. Who would have thought that I'd write self-inserts all the time?
As if.
Yeah.
So in that case, why isn't Merlin inventing energy drinks then?
Because I
He
don't
probably
have that
has in his
background.
spare time.
Plus, I didn't invent energy drinks. I just consumed them.
Turns out there's like a byproduct from the machinations of the plane. Just
so I've
your
developed
new
this new
industry.
engine that releases energy particles, and if we collect them and store them in water,
when I do finally run Deadlands, then there's now going to have to be a Ghost Rock infused drink that your
Yes.
character can be constantly chugging.
Yeah,
I think the entire
there's no way that
team.
could go wrong.
I think the entire team needs to be drinking this drink, and it's like the team is an organization trying to work on an energy drink to sell,
You
but
know,
we drink our own product.
I don't want to like take this too far off topic, but we mentioned a while back about doing the mad scientist, entire mad scientist party for
Yes.
Deadlands. I think doing a science expo type event would be really amusing for that.
That'd be
That
so
could make
much
for an interesting
fun.
one shot. Yeah.
It could. No, you realise the energy drinks made from Ghost Rock would, as soon as you open them, it would just be the screams of dying souls.
Yep.
Just checking.
That drink would
Gives
be
you
what,
wings, but
called what?
unfortunately skeletal ones.
So you're making a pop drink made out of ghost rock. Pop rocks.
Oh, and it wouldn't just be solid screams. It would be every time the fizzy bits.
Yes, every bubble
Bubble.
that
Every
pops.
bubble.
Yeah, a little scream comes out.
It'd be like a chorus of Munchkins. It's the Chipmunk chorus.
This is where that suicidal plant from my No Man's Sky playthrough comes from, isn't it? It consumes the unfortunate.
Yes, I love that plant.
And we've already got Drut face palming.
We're off to such a good start. I love this.
All right.
So,
Already.
I think there was supposed to be a game somewhere, maybe.
yes, looping back
We'll
round
find
to
our
the
way
game.
there.
A little time has passed for Midas, who's recovered from the excitement of the impromptu stunt show, the showboating, and the very near demise of one Abelard Pepperdew II.
Which would be a shame because he cannot die until I have thoroughly beaten him in the races.
Glad you finished that sentence.
It's still such a good name.
Now, you've got Nelly all parked up back on the apron and done a few basic checks yourself to make sure she's okay. And as you're just sort of locking up to head off to the air control office area, Abelard approaches you.
Oh boy.
He looks a bit nervous.
I was going to ask you out.
It's developed a crush now.
But you do it.
Well, Midas does have the attractive trait.
Fair.
Mr. Shackelford, I'm hesitant to ask, but I need to. I need your help. Can I please ask for your assistance?
Well, I saw you fly earlier on, and yeah, you're right, you do need my help, but honestly, I don't know there's anything I can do with you.
I think someone's trying to kill me.
Well, they mean.
A wild subplot occurs.
That's why I want your help. Because I know it's not you.
Okay.
You are arrogant enough to think you can beat me without sabotaging my plane.
I think we've already do that. So spill the beans. What makes you think someone's trying to kill you?
Well, the carburetor was messed with, as were the fuel lines. The reason the
fine.
engine stuttered when I was inverted was because the feed wasn't feeding. The fuel pump didn't work upside down like it should. And the reason the whole engine died after that is because it wasn't getting any fuel.
Okay, so if the fuel pump stopped working when you were upside down, that's a really bad way to try to kill you. Because what are the odds on you flying upside down?
Pretty good.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, as I recall it, what, the first 2 races is just straight speed and distance. There ain't no acrobatics in them.
Very true. Nevertheless,
He's got this inner ear problem. which
I've
just
got to
causes him
keep
to-
things interesting. I'm sure you know
Oh,
what I
I
mean.
see. So basically, you're saying that that whoever's trying to kill you is relying on you showboating, and thus people will think it was just an accident, and they sabotaged your plane in order to make that work. Well, that's probably a pretty good excuse if you do get yourself killed by showboating. So yeah, spread that around.
So you won't help.
I
Well,
don't see what
I
I can
tried.
do. Really. I mean, you think your plane was sabotaged? What do I look like, a private investigator? What do you want me to do? Hang around, watch your plane in case somebody tries it again? I got other things to do. I got my own plane to look after. I
Okay.
got races to win.
Well,
Maybe, look, there's a lot of people around. Maybe get somebody to watch your plane.
I'd heard good things about you. Maybe they were wrong.
Oh,
Good day.
Oh my.
And
Whatever.
he turns around and heads off.
Well, there goes the crush. It's ended there. Heartbroken.
I
Yeah.
wasn't gonna say I ship it, but I wasn't also gonna say I don't ship it.
Abelard will remember this. He's going to turn up smeared 3 millimeters thick across the ground, and it'll have a note in there saying, "I did it. Love Midas."
Oh.
Fine, but it won't be in my handwriting, so it's not an issue.
I worry.
Never
that you
mind. I
thought
take it
that's why
back.
you're-
Midas doesn't have a heart.
No, it doesn't.
Definitely not a heart of
Much better.
gold.
He does have a heart. It's just, the planes.
Click, click.
Yeah, now, if he'd said someone was trying to destroy his plane, I might be interested.
I thought
Wow.
you needed
Suppose
him
they are trying to destroy
alive.
his plane in a way because they want to kill him by crashing his plane. That's a waste of a good dagger.
Yes.
It's a nice plane.
Waiting for somebody to call their dagger Chelsea. So,
So, as Pepperdew strides off into the distance, we cut back across.
You okay? I thought that was a face palm over the pepper
No, it was me
and then I
coughing,
realized
sorry.
it was cough.
Are you okay, Jack?
I have drinks.
Cool. Then we shall cut across to those at the Felton house.
Well, this looks like it needs a little work, some plastering, some repointing.
Yeah.
Looks
So
livable.
the picture that you can see on screen, those of you watching the stream, that's an image of how the house was in its heyday. Now it's a lot more covered in ivy and all kinds of other climbing plants. And it's not just the walls, it's the windows as well. It's really badly maintained.
So, I guess this really is a treasure hunt then. Should probably head in and make quick work of it because there's others coming, if not already here.
Well, they may already be here. Okay, I'm going to have a look around and see if there are disturbances in what I assume to be dust and general detritus around the porch area,
Yes.
because that's where crap would catch in the wind.
Yeah. So there's, it's fairly overgrown. It's clear to see that people have gone to the front door. There's no need for a roll to look for footprints when it's that overgrown and that easy to see where bits have been trampled down.
Okay.
You can also see that possibly the same people, possibly different people, that would need some kind of tracking roll, have gone round the back of the house as well.
Can I make use of notice?
Absolutely.
Oh. D8. Where are you, D8?
I'm going to go ahead and also do that just in case.
Hey Google, set the bedroom light to 100%. Thought it was dim in here. Okay, so it is single die. Oh, and is it an additional d6 for being
Wild
PCs?
cards.
Oh, that's what we
Oh,
forgot.
God.
I forgot to hand out any chips.
Yes, we have not had anything on our chips.
Right, I need to give chips to people. Thank you for reminding me.
We need to use them.
No, who was it that had the bad luck? Was that you?
Yeah, that's me. I got the bad luck, so I only get 2.
I'm sure there's a more efficient way to do these than one at a time.
Yeah, on the other hand, it works, so ergo.
Indeed, yep.
Why did I pick a surname I can't pronounce?
I mean, we usually use your first name and call sign anyway.
It's because I can only pronounce Solmonski. Like 1 time in 3.
And that was the one
Otherwise-
time.
Yeah, that was it. Otherwise,
You
I
did it for
tend
the same reason I picked an accent I can't pronounce.
Sorry, have you noticed what I'm doing as poor old Masha?
We
I'm gonna
love
end-
the accent. We do
I'm
love
gonna
the
end up with
accent.
death
Love it.
threats.
To be honest, yeah, Cod Russian is easy.
This is
You-
Cod Wars.
I mean, actual Russian's another matter, of course, but
Thank you so much. I feel so good about myself now.
Now we're gonna get
Yeah,
dueling
because
accents.
my-
Try to outdo
Oh,
each other.
spot on.
I got an 8 on my D8 and I got a 4 on my D6. What was I aiming for?
Target number was base target number's 4 +2 for difficulty, so 6 is what you're looking for.
Okay, so I got 8. I can't remember if these things explode.
They do.
Or...
Yes.
I think they do.
Yeah,
I just
6
glitched
is
on
fine.
whether they did, but I'm pretty sure they did.
Yes.
Total of 11 then.
Good lord. So that's 1 raise. Okay. So looking at the tracks, at least 2 that you can identify.
Okay.
2 separate people.
Uh-huh.
One went straight in the front door. One went round the back.
Right. I don't remember, was there supposed to still be someone living here, or is this just an abandoned old house?
Abandoned, I believe. I don't think anyone's lived here for years. Well, here. The family hasn't lived here for years.
Okay. I am going to try the front door.
Also, wasn't there a thing with the person who was doing the research was actually either named the same as someone previous to them?
Yeah, someone who's been dead for about 100 years.
Yeah. Or they are undead. We're going up against a vampire. Shit.
It is the Deadlands.
But yes,
Same
this game system is compatible with Deadlands, so
Fair
there
enough.
could be reckoners out there.
Could be the hanging judges. If it's the hanging judges, I vote we all fly away very, very fast.
It's your airplane. I'll just run to it.
You know, actually, Dead Skies as a Crimson Skies Deadlands crossover would actually work.
That would be amazing. Could it be like a zombie, like
Flying
the
sharks!
reason that?
Flying zombie sharks.
Flying zombies,
Yes.
yes.
We
I
found the
want this
game
now.
that would handle that film.
I need to see that film.
I
I need
think-
to watch that film.
I think I now know the one-off that I'm running at the beginning of April.
Excellent.
So you try the front door.
Yeah.
The front door is ajar by about that much as you
Right.
approach.
Okay,
You
in
can
that
see-
case, I am listening at it. I'm listening at the crack.
Okay.
'cause that's
Somewhere
going to-
there's a drip.
Okay, yeah, but if he stands back, I might be able to hear something.
No, he's not with you, is he?
Yeah, true.
The drip is his blood.
Mark, really?
I was watching a video earlier, and over
Okay.
dinner we were just randomly discussing horror movies, and I think it stuck in my head.
That happens. That happens to me too.
It's Halloween. It's fine.
Uh
Not
I'm
Halloween.
genre appropriate.
huh. Okay. Had to happen.
Whether it's blood or some other liquid, you can't tell just from listening.
Okay, it could be water. Probably water. Okay. I'm going to push door open.
Okay. The door creaks open noisily.
Okay. I am not going in. I am stepping to Looks like the hinges should be on the left as I look at the door. So it should open on the right.
Yep.
God, I'm good. So I am stepping to the left-hand side of the doorway.
Okay.
So I am out of direct view of anybody inside who might have, say, I don't know, a shotgun.
Okay.
Speaking of shotguns, do you have a gun?
I have a knife.
I think is there a big branch around, like a big hefty looking branch somewhere?
Yes.
Great, I have a branch.
Aren't
And I'm waiting on the other side of the
save
door.
lives, not take them.
I mean, I do also have a double-action peacemaker. Don't ask.
I have a stick.
Branches are more reliable.
But I've got 2 knives.
Again,
she is
circus
more-
act.
Trust the cobalt.
Well, no, flying circus. Very rarely do you knife throw from the cockpit of a plane. Although theoretically,
But the kudos for successfully doing so.
But wing walking while doing a knife act. With the guy on the target on the other side of the cockpit, on the other wing. Thank you. That is an image.
There are so many things that could go wrong there.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Well, actually, done in circus style, no.
Yeah.
It would just look all the more impressive.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is we need a lot more acrobatics
Yes.
Yes.
happening.
Because we're gonna go from investigation straight into being a flying circus.
Yes.
I have to be careful if I'm in flying circus again. For my old colleagues might want to come and get free tickets.
So-
By which I mean hunt me down and skin me for abandoning them to the authorities because they were also bandits.
Well, you know, we could just change your name.
No.
So, Drut, you've opened the door, stepped to the left, and because you can then see a little bit in through the doorway that's opened,
Mhm.
whatever room is immediately behind the door, there's a door just off it from what you can see.
Okay. Turn my autofocus off. Okay, well, there was no cry of getter or sudden running feet as they realize they've been discovered. So I am going to draw my Bowie knife and palm it so it's pointing up the inside of my wrist.
Yep.
And therefore not immediately obvious. But easy enough that I can put it to a nice pick grip if I want. And cautiously and carefully and stealthily advance into the house, beckoning the good doctor to come with.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna be stealthy too.
Do you both have a stealth skill?
I do.
And since you are both wanting to be stealthy, could I ask you to roll it,
You
please?
can. It's not very good, but it's there. Oh, it's better than that.
Don't
Oh,
be radical.
okay.
Do I want something better than a 5? Because I could try for something better than a 5.
Base difficulty in this game is 4, though
I
there
do
would
5.
maybe modifiers to apply to that.
All right, I won't worry about it, Benny.
Okay.
Not Benny. What are we calling them?
Chips.
Chips.
Yes. Because we're far too early to call them Benny because we don't have jets yet.
You know, that makes sense.
I mean, we could, but we don't.
Yes, I mean, yeah, the first jets flew, I think, in about 39.
Yeah. And then the planes with them flew.
Plus, plus, in our world, we've got radar on a plane already, so
Again, not that far out from reality.
not
Yeah.
hugely far out, no. But
Close enough.
Yeah,
So
the-
what you're saying is that I need to make jets next. Okay, understood.
Yeah. That's why the carrot
Yes.
story was put about, wasn't it?
actually, that's a great idea. If you need a test pilot,
God, Vitus is going to get himself killed.
Could we
telling
not
me
just...
this is the thing that makes my plane go faster.
Was it this Shinden Kai that was the pressure jet one that was from the anime that we watched? Was it?
Oh,
That one.
possibly.
that was a Shinden, which was built as a pusher with a propeller,
Yeah,
but
because it
the
was
design at a
the
later
Shinden
date was
Kai
due
was
to
the
be a
revision.
jet, and they took both of those into the anime. Yes.
Into the shower.
Neat.
Right.
I'll make one of those. That was cool. It took me by surprise actually when they just strapped the jet engine to it. I wasn't expecting it.
So, Drut is heading inside.
Yep.
With the
I'm
knife.
following.
Sorry, Drut, what was your stealth roll?
5.
5.
I
Cool.
actually got exactly the same as Shard.
Okay, so stepping inside, and what you're in is a hallway.
Mhm.
It's dark. There's not a lot of natural light seeping in, and obviously there's no lights on. Immediately to your left and right is a couple of doors, and there's a set of stairs going up.
Okay, I am going to close my eyes for 10 seconds and give my eyes time to adjust to darkness, and then open them and not look behind me at the light.
Okay.
Give myself the best chance.
I wish I was an impulsive character, because if I was an impulsive character, I would let her shut her eyes and then go and bash out the windows and take away the vine so there was light.
No,
Or do-
no. Unless you wish to walk home.
What?
Unless you wished to walk home.
I'm not an impulsive character. I'm a curious character. Big difference.
One must be
That's
careful.
okay. We
where
got
one-
impulsive covered.
Yeah. Yeah, impulsive we got in spades.
Now, the good thing about this being a relatively abandoned building, there's a lot of dust. Which means that, given that you know one person stepped through the front door,
Yeah.
now you've taken time to adjust your eyes. You can see footprints.
Right. Where did they go?
At the risk of saying everywhere,
So it's a search rather than they knew where they were going.
they were here searching. There's footprints going to the left door and then coming back to the right door and coming back, then upstairs. Which order they went round, you can't tell, but it does look like they were on a search rather than a we know where to go for what we're looking for.
Okay. Right. So what we were after was, I'm trying to remember, was it historical records or was it a map?
It's probably either a map, historical records, or a journal by this person.
Okay.
And it could potentially be. I imagine there's been plenty of people through here over the years, if this has been of interest to anyone. It's more interest now, apparently. If there's no one here, let's look for hidden compartments. I've got a stick to whack on the walls and the floor with.
Yeah.
We should check to make sure there's no one here at the moment first.
Acceleration. Oh, you're gonna pay for that one. Okay. Yeah. I am going to check the doors, check the exits on this floor, just to make sure that there's nobody lurking behind any doors before I set Dr. Ashcup off to do a spot of solo searching, which does not mean meditation, and see how we go.
Okay, so a brief search of the ground floor. If I give you a rough, which way are you going to go first, left or right first, as you've gone through the front door?
Left.
Okay, so going to the left. This room is there's still old furniture kicking around the house. Some of it's broken, but this looks almost like of its day it would have been a parlor room of some sort.
Okay. Right.
And then going through again, there's not a lot left. There's not like shelves of books or anything of interest. It's literally
No.
just old and dusty furniture.
Yeah, that would be too easy, wouldn't it?
Going into the next room appears to be laid out very similarly.
Okay.
It's a much bigger room, but still something that feels like it would have been a parlor room back in the day.
Right. Okay.
Again, both these rooms have windows out to the outside. The second parlor room has windows out to the back, and you can see just about through the vines that the other side of the house goes back further.
Hmm.
And to get back through the other, you've got to loop all the way around the front to get through to the back.
Through the other door.
Yep.
Yes, that makes.
Did you say that there was actually books on the shelves or just the shelves? There's
Just the
no
shelves,
books.
no books.
Okay.
Could I have a notice roll for you, please, while you're in that second parlor room?
Yeah.
I was going to ask if the shelves are actually attached to the wall or if they're freestanding.
That would require me knowing what was the standard back in the day.
Fair.
6 and 7.
6.
So
Bloody hell.
7
Okay.
on the D6.
So in answer to your question, I believe they would be freestanding. Drut,
Yo.
looking around the parlor, the wall that would be towards the center of the house, and thus where a chimney breast would be and a fireplace. Out of curiosity,
Mm.
or more of a something's not quite right, you notice that there's bits of paper in the fire.
Oh, hello.
It's burned down. It's clearly not alight now, but not everything burnt.
Okay. I am going to carefully poke it around and see if I can identify any fragments with legible writing on before I
Okay,
actually pick them up.
right. What are you poking it with?
Tip of my Bowie knife. I'm trying to get the flat underneath it so as to disturb the surface of the paper as little as possible.
Okay, you tip the flat underneath it, and it starts glowing. The papers start to glow.
Oh, what?
This fire is
It's not-
possibly an hour, maybe 2 at the most old.
And it's just the coals that have been suffocated underneath the paper, and now that air has been entered into it, it's going to start what is it called? Banking again?
Yeah. It's been a while since I was a guide. Give me a break.
Oh no,
Um,
it's just fire.
Okay. I'm going to hoik out any intact pieces of paper that I can see
Okay,
and scatter the coals.
fair
Or
enough.
Scatter the embers.
That's cool and easy enough to do. And now you've got a bunch of dust around the fireplace.
Mm-hmm.
You've got very dusty hands.
Yep.
You've got ash on your blade. And you've got a couple of bits of paper, maybe that sort of size.
Excellent. Mithra, how are you at jigsaws?
Depends on what kind.
Well, paper.
They put people back together on a regular basis.
I
and
believe it
hopefully
comes
they're half
with
decent.
I believe it comes with an assembly aid. You have a lot of words on there.
There's not a lot of words on those bits that you have.
Don't discourage him.
Okay.
The problem with what you have there is that even if one was to be able to put them back together again, there's a lot of bits and pieces in between that have been burned.
This is true,
Mhm.
but we can extrapolate.
Yeah, we can try to extrapolate. I do have a high academic score, not to break the fourth wall or anything.
Yeah. To be fair, this is more sort of your wheelhouse than hers because it's precision work that doesn't involve flying around.
Yeah, no, that's why I made this character, to be able to fix you guys up when you're broken and discover things when you can't use your brains. It's okay.
Uh-huh.
Horribly to assume that we have brains.
He's
All
still
right,
miffed,
so
isn't he? He really is still miffed.
I'm guessing this would be an academics role and not a research role, correct?
Correct.
Holy crap! Holy shit!
Okay,
Wow.
that's
just rolled-
impressive.
If you're gonna do a thing,
If you're going to do a thing. So, the bits that you can see would appear to be the same corner of multiple pages. So, you can't piece these together to make a whole thing. You've got the top right corner of at least 3 pages. You've got the bottom right of another couple. They could be the same. It's really difficult to tell. The bits that have
Unfortunately,
writing on them, you've got like the last character or two of whatever's been written on them. Sometimes it's numbers, sometimes it's the last couple of letters of a word. But
right?
there's no way to extrapolate what they would be related to with what you
They
have.
started the fire in the middle of this book. I'm thinking it was either a book or a pamphlet of papers, but all we've got is the corners.
right? Okay.
And with that, we're now switching across to our. Is mutineers quite the right word?
They're coming back.
Yeah, we didn't steal it. We just took it for a ride for a little
We
while.
haven't stolen it yet.
It has been twocked. Yes, it has been twocked. For those not
We're trying to.
for,
get
for
back
those not
before we're
understanding of the
noticed.
term twocked, it's an acronym taken without consent.
Oh, thank you. Because it was one of those. I was just gonna gloss over it, thinking it was a colloquial expression.
UK police slang.
Yeah.
is what-
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah. it's fuzz
I love
slang.
it.
And you're
And that is accurate.
Yep.
It is, yes. It's a more polite way of saying stolen without the accusatory part of being an actual theft.
Yes.
Stolen with the intention to return.
It's like the British Army use fishing
Yes.
Fighting in
for
someone's
that.
house.
I think in someone's house.
Ah.
Yeah.
for their open combat.
It's a subset of close quarters combat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Having done a day of that when I was still doing airsoft, it's quite an intense thing.
Yeah,
bet.
there's a place supposed to be opening locally that's going to be offering combatives.
Wow.
So yeah, there's sort of the gun handling and not real gun, obviously, because no.
Yeah.
But the whole
Yeah,
how would you approach her?
it's an intense day.
Yeah.
So, Merlin and Monroe, you've now arrived back, and with careful negotiation with the airship, redocked. And while that was happening, you were aware of something going on in the field over there. But by the time you've docked and landed, it also appears to have dispersed.
So we got away with it. Nobody.
There wasn't really
Really?
anything to get away with anyway.
Yeah, you
Sorry,
guys didn't actually
worried.
discover anything.
It's not.
It was only if we were slow and a certain person got back before us. Then we had to...
Yes. Did the crew because the Zeppelin had to be airborne for us to come
Yep,
back,
had to be in flight.
and so did any of them think it was weird?
The crew on
For
the
us?
airship? No, they were recovering your
Okay.
aircraft.
That's what they do.
But they had no idea that we weren't supposed to leave.
Nope.
Okay.
They've
So
been,
everything's
you know, when you
everything's
guys
fine.
left, you said, right, we're taking this on a test flight to test out the calibration of the radar. Makes perfect sense. It's a
perfect. Okay.
Just don't tell Madonna, okay?
I mean,
You were
I
doing so well.
think Moody would know not to say something that would make it seem.
It's okay. It's when she looks over the flight log later, and there's just like
It's just this
retrieved
random-
aircraft written.
Yes.
You're
All
assuming
right.
Masha ever looks at the flight logs.
Oh, she probably tells people she does.
the chances are Armin looks at the flight logs more than Masha does.
Yeah, not
He
really.
will.
That's very
He
true.
leads the flight rather than running the Zeppelin. So
Where is he? Is he on the Zeppelin
Yep.
or is he off doing
He's he,
I think we turned him into an alcoholic. He's probably in the bar.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that. It's the poor sod. Every time anything dramatic happens, someone took him off and got him drunk.
Got whiskey into his hand, you know.
I like him. I actually I think that Moody is gonna go and just chat with him for a little bit, just to kind of buddy up a little bit.
Console
Just
the clipboard wielder.
Console. More I think just networking.
Network.
I mean, creatively written aircraft logs are a thing even in wartime.
Mhm.
There were a number of pilots in the US that figured out that if you modified the drop tanks for your aircraft, you could put milk in them. And if you fly them at a high enough altitude, you could turn it into ice cream.
Oh, nice.
That's
brilliant.
incredible.
They just needed to find the excuses to go flying to make ice cream.
Yeah.
But they did.
That's awesome.
That's amazing. See, that's ingenuity right there.
Oh, God.
So, yes, cocoa powder, milk, in a fuel tank, fly.
Amazing.
Imagine being the one who has to clean it.
That's
Oh,
very
no.
true. I'm logging that facepalm also. Just
So why can't your plane
Oh, no.
fly this combat mission? Well, there's ice cream in the engine.
No, you put it in the drop tanks and you just hang the drop
Yeah,
tank off
no,
the
it's-
wings. So
Unless you
Oh,
accidentally
that's
flip the
amazing.
wrong switch and
Yeah.
transfer the drop tank to the main fuel.
I suppose we could do that with the crap duster, actually.
you probably could, yeah.
the
I
crab
don't think the
duster.
crab duster flies high or fast enough.
Instead of the
We can just suspend it underneath the what's it called?
wings,
The Zeppelin
You know-
itself.
No, the larger, the stalwart.
Oh,
I was just thinking of filling the water tanks from the crap duster.
See, here's the problem with using the crap duster for this: is who's going to eat any ice cream from the crap duster?
It's been purified. It has
Yes.
been purified because it's been filled with moonshine. Frankly, nothing is getting past that. That stuff,
What
that
flavor did you
shit's
say this
never.
was again? A DDT flavor, sir.
So
I
yes,
think we
you've
can bury another health and safety advisor now. This is the third one in the health and safety
Yeah,
graveyard.
it's getting very popular, that unmarked field.
so yes, you've
Combine
docked.
up, they're
Okay,
very
though, at least it's well signposted.
You've docked and disembarked. It looks like Midas is still either faffing with his aircraft or possibly talking to his admiring fans, but he still hasn't come back aboard yet. And it's not long until the opening gala, the evening soiree. That is a prelude to the coming events.
To be honest, Midas can't get back on board so long as the Zeppelin is in flight, so they can return.
No, the Zeppelin is docked now.
It's now
Yeah,
docked, so he can
yes.
get back on board. But when they came back, by definition, it had to
Yeah.
be in flight.
Yeah.
right.
I mean, you don't use the winch system.
Winch system.
I don't, you know, like they airlift people into helicopters.
When you wanted to just jump and grab the air hook for bringing the plane in, standing on top of the traffic control, the air control tower with an umbrella waiting for you to come past.
Clips
Please
into his
do that.
belt and just hangs on.
Please, I beg you, do that. If not in this, when I run Castle Falkenstein again.
Did they?
Swinging
they
from a
actually-
cable beneath the Zeppelin.
It
They
feels
actually
very
did
yes.
experiments
I've got to
on
admit,
that,
it
though,
feels
didn't
very
they?
Torg to me. If I ever run Torg, one of you guys needs to do that.
Yeah,
They worked out that if you have a balloon on before you do it, it cushions the pull forward, so you go up before you go forward because of the
Mhm.
balloon.
fair enough.
So they would pick you up into moving planes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What?
Yeah.
That is still
I
a
learn
thing, isn't
so
it?
much from these streams. I honestly do.
We have a lot
They
of
don't.
really.
It doesn't often have to do with the story, but you know.
Yeah, sorry.
Between us, we've stored a lot of really obscure and bizarre trivia.
Useless. It's the word you're
Yes.
looking for. Trivia.
Obscure and bizarre. Obscure.
Yes.
If
Well,
it
it's not
was useless, it wouldn't be
Apply it right
entertaining.
here.
Thank you, Shard.
I don't know about that. I can think of a lot of entertaining things that are completely useless.
But it's entertaining, which by its very nature makes it not useless.
That is true. That is
All
very
right.
true.
Impractical. We'll go with
Impractical, yes. I can stand with impractical, yes. Stand for impractical.
So yes, Midas, if you wish to re-embark, you are more than welcome to. Nothing to stop you.
Yeah, well, he's got to get changed for the soiree, if nothing else. So
Will Monroe and Merlin be attending the soiree?
No, I have to stay with the prototype.
There's a party. Are you impulsively going to miss a party?
Oh, you're right.
Party with
Thank
the
you for
people
reminding me of my
happen.
impulsivity. I'm very focused on my mission.
It's a
But I'm
party.
It's a party. It's an evening off.
You're a
Chance to
professional,
relax.
but you also need to take a break.
All right.
Will there be planes there? Or is it just a people event?
Say that again, sorry, Robinson.
Will there be planes there, or is it just a people event?
It's primarily a people event. There'll be talk about planes. There will be discussion of planes and flying strategies and aeromechanics. I mean, it's not just for the pilots. The mechanics that keep their planes in the air are going to be there as well.
I can't work out what he'd actually do in this situation.
Not to mention all of the fangirls and boys coming along that are rich enough to be able to join the soiree.
Mm.
I'm going to say that
It's a
he'd go
society
just,
dinner,
for the,
yeah.
just out of more just for the fun of it, to be honest. On my part, I don't know what excuse he'd have for going, but I'll say he's going to go.
If he hasn't got an excuse to go, he doesn't have to go. There is no railroading here.
No, it's more that
we
I
can
think-
tell there's no railroading. We've split the party in every direction possible. Give us another couple of sessions and we will have managed every single combination of characters in different places.
Honestly.
Yes.
No, I'll say he'll go just out of interest to discuss like different configuration potentials and stuff of other mechanics that may or may not be there.
This is true, yes, there will be, presumably,
That makes a lot of sense.
wide and varied range of people who you don't know as much
Also,
about things.
he just witnessed a vertical takeoff plane.
Mm.
Kind of
That's
wants to see
true.
if he could get
Oh.
any info about that.
To be fair, you just witnessed 4 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we witnessed a pretty interesting
2 designs, but 4
situation.
planes. Yes, there are some very interesting things happening over on that British airship.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's British for you.
That doesn't sound ominous at all.
All of the good.
One time my character isn't British.
Yep.
I thought he was.
I
Hang on, then why
believe-
does he?
I
My-
think it was.
Barnes Hamilton is British.
Is he? Because I
Yes.
remember my other Deadlands character is British. I can't remember if I.
No, Barnes Hamilton is very
Was
British.
he?
Yes.
I can't remember.
Yes.
I think, yeah.
It's not just that you refuse to do an accent.
That is 90% of the
I'm-
reason.
I'm keeping up the tradition here, but I'm going to a party now, so I don't have my goggles anymore. I've got the bow tie.
Yes!
Excellent.
Oh no, my
Fantastic.
bow tie's over there.
He's
Can't
not
reach it.
He's not a cravat wearer, he's a bow tie wearer, is he?
He's probably a bow tie.
What
wearer.
bow tie
I don't
should
think
I
he knows
wear?
how to tie a cravat.
Bow ties are cool.
I have a
Yeah,
purple
bow ties are
one,
cool.
I have a Christmas one, and I have a red one. Should I get the Christmas one?
If you get a red one, you'll be
Yes.
clearly on the same team as Midas.
Yeah,
That's a
yeah.
thought.
I'll just get them all.
Team
sure.
ties.
Hang on.
Okay, can we examine the use of people flying with Madonna who are wearing red as the team colour?
Bro
Bow
ties.
ties, very cool, Val, very cool.
You know, it's a really good thing that that Mithra is not going to the party because then I'd have to go and find one of Sarah's dresses to put on.
Aw,
Fair enough.
amazing. Now, see, that actually is like a character question because, so if Mithra would be inclined to wear a fancy dress,
It's a party.
yeah, I don't know if Moody is the type to actually dress up.
It's a
Mhm.
tuxedo. I'm sorry. In my head, I can see Moody in the tux.
I was
I
thinking
could
much the
see, I
same.
could see a tux. Yeah, I could see
Which
that.
is how Midas will be dressed when he appears from his cabins for the party, much to everyone's surprise because they've never seen anything like it from him.
Yeah, be a diesel punk tuxedo.
Yes.
Cool.
Now all I can imagine is that weird steampunk, like, not really corset type thing that Sherlock wears in Fate, which is really weird. It's like a waistcoat combined with a corset made of metal, and it
Oh my
has like
God.
mechanical
painful.
magnifying glasses that come out the back on like.
That
It's
is
great.
amazing.
I'm not
See-
asking if this is a dream you once had because I don't want to know the
No,
answer.
me neither.
I was
And
thinking in
that's
terms.
the Christmas bow tie my friend made.
Oh, excellent!
Oh,
Brilliant.
I love it.
That's cool.
I was thinking of the diesel punk tux actually being stylishly covered in grease stains, but done on purpose.
The diesel punk tux is the name of our next plane.
Hell yeah.
But yes, I definitely had in my head canon Moody would wear a tux rather than a dress.
Same.
Yeah, 100%.
I really want to say I don't do diesel punk, but my current character probably does do diesel punk. I'm
Probably,
sure
to
his
some
father
degree.
and his cousins over the pond don't do diesel punk.
No.
Yeah.
Oops. What?
Diesel society rather than diesel punk, I
Yes,
feel.
yes, quite. So,
I'll throw it in off-topic anime in the Discord, but this is what Sherlock wears in Fate Grand Order.
I shall look at that after the stream.
It's the weirdest waistcoat corset mechanical combination thing I've ever seen.
Right.
Amazing.
So, just for completeness, what's I almost said Robinson then, but you're Robinson, not the character. What is Merlin going to be wearing? Is he going to be in a tux or something else entirely?
It's going to be like half a tux. He's going to stop when it gets to putting the jacket on.
That sounds right. Actually.
But basically, he's got grease stained coveralls and a tux jacket. And a jacket. You know.
See, that sounded like a facepalm, but you didn't do the motion.
I saw the picture you just
Doesn't
posted.
count. Yeah, the side doesn't count. It may have been the sound of Drut's soul leaving her body, but it doesn't count as a facepalm.
Yeah, we get the Drut sighing all the time.
Mm.
I'll have to
Clearly,
start
Drat has
using my-
multiple souls. Not that any of them are hers. She just has multiple of them.
She has enough. She has enough to spare.
Underneath her bed.
See, other dark gods go about trying to create and make themselves immortal by, doing something to their own soul. No, Drut's gone and just taken other people's souls and uses them up when it's her time to die.
I love how I've just been upgraded from a bit weird to dark god.
Quote Brian Blessed, souls are the only commodity. Without them, our religion is bankrupt.
Very. Okay, let's move.
So we shall give a little bit of time for those on board the Bad Debt to get ready for the soiree, and we shall go back to those at the old Felton house,
Okay.
who have now separated out the bits they could save from the fire in the parlour
Yeah.
and continued looking round. There is a
Yeah.
similar fireplace in the dining room, which similarly has had papers in it in a similar situation. Again, you've got corners, but not a whole piece.
Mm,
They were here long enough to actually watch everything burn before they
yeah.
left.
They were making damn certain of it. Now, either, they found what they were looking for, and burned it, or they just burned everything they thought might be relevant, which
Yeah,
is not necessarily the same thing.
which means it's not necessarily the stuff that got burned. There could still be relevant stuff here.
You carry on looking down here. I'm going to head upstairs.
All right, I'm going to spend time looking down here, knocking on walls and floors, and
Okay.
any furniture that actually looks like it's thick enough to have hidden space or hidden drawers underneath. I'm going to look for those kind of things.
Okie dokie. So the from the hallway that you entered at, the door to the right, again from the furniture, is more of a sitting room. It looks like whoever was here before has already gone through the furniture here with a knife. As old and rotten as it was, it's now in bits and old and rotten.
Sure.
The next room round, which is the one with the second fireplace, looks like it was a dining room. The table has been upturned and consequently fallen apart. Again, the chairs are a mess.
Right.
And then going further backwards leads to there's a second set of stairs going up, but the room beyond that is quite clearly, or was quite clearly, a kitchen, and that's where the drip sound was coming from. It was a tap dripping into a metal sink.
Surprised the plumbing still works. Yeah. Well, while she's looking upstairs, I'm going to start knocking
Okay.
on, listening for hollow places.
I'll have a notice roll from you while you're knocking on walls and such downstairs. And Drut, upstairs.
Yeah.
So coming up the stairs, the stairs go up and then loop around and come up the other half of the hallway, putting you on a landing whereby you have multiple doors coming off. There's one almost directly above the hallway where you came in.
Right.
That's a room. Immediately to the left and right of that, there's rooms, and then again to the left and right above what was the dining room and what seemed to be like the parlor, there were more rooms. And from your previous look out of the window at the back, there should be one above the kitchen as well.
I'm going to start at the one above the kitchen. Just on the grounds, I've got to start somewhere.
Okay, you've got to go through at least one other room to get there.
Okay.
There's no way on the landing to get to that back room.
Yeah. Okay. I will see if I can pick the right room then. That
So-
leads to.
Yes, it's not about picking right. It's on the right hand side of the house, so you go through the right room
right,
that points to
okay.
the back.
Okay.
So it looks like this was a bedroom. There's no bed in it, but it probably was and should have been. Fairly big bedroom, in similar size to the dining room below it. So possibly the master of the house is master of the house.
Yeah.
The main bedroom, master bedroom.
Master
That's the
bedroom.
word I was looking for. Master bedroom.
Yeah. Master of the house.
I knew somebody.
And it's oddly that's what made me question that phrase, because as soon as I said that, the song popped into my head.
Yeah.
And there is a door coming off of the master bedroom that then leads across a small landing with a set of stairs leading down to the nursery. Definitely a
Sorry.
nursery. There's the wreckage of a crib here. It's painted up in more childish colours.
Right. Okay. Right then. On the other hand, it's not a bad place to hide things. Obviously out of reach of a child. Babies have the lunge. The average baby has at least a 4-foot range.
Wait, I have to try to understand this phrase. Babies have the lunge.
Sorry, I'm not sure where else it comes in, but I picked it up from All Flesh Must Be Eaten,
Amazing.
which is one of the traits you can give to the zombies as you build them, because it has a full zombie customization system for each setting you decide to run in. and the lunge is the moving incredibly slowly.
Perfect.
And yes, babies do have the lunge. You're
They
quite
have
right.
the lunge. Yes, I was watching my 18-month-old niece as her parents attempted to keep her on a video call, and how she managed to reach the tablet from the sofa without face planting. We don't know how. It was pure Reed Richards.
Babies are magic. I mean,
They are.
a lot of them. Tristan, he had a climb skill of like 80% when he was 6 months old.
Oh
We
my
couldn't use the baby gates because he'd climb over them and then fall to the other side, and then get back up and start climbing other things.
We had a nightmare keeping our rabbit in the back room of the baby gate because he used to climb over it.
God.
When we tried to keep him in the garden as well, he worked out how to roll certain things right up to the fence so that he could climb on the object to climb over the fence.
Wow,
That's amazing.
that's a
Well-
smart rabbit.
Your rabbit was a reincarnated point and click player.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Oh.
Okay. Right, yes. I'm going to commence a search of this nursery type room, focusing on things that are above about 3 foot high.
Okay. And give me a notice roll, please.
Okay. I apologise, by the way, if I'm yawning. It's nothing to do with the session. It's just I only had about 4 hours last night, and that's with the extra hours sleep. And
It's like 9 o'clock at night there, so
and my body clock's
10
gone.
o'clock.
I don't know what I'm doing.
You're fine.
Oh, cool. So, 20.
Holy cow! Yes. Ah,
Jesus wept.
that's better than my roll. My good roll was 14. Now I'm sad.
6. 2. Okay.
Well, you are absolutely 100% certain that there is nothing hidden behind any of the walls in the nursery.
If there had been anything in here, I would have rolled appallingly.
There
But
is
no,
not even a
no.
hiding woodworm anywhere.
There is not any sound.
There's not even wooden blocks, like the wooden blocks with the letters on them.
Oh, dropped roll, I presume. Yeah, thank you, Chrono. True, but yeah.
Shard.
Yep.
Tapping around on the walls.
I rolled a
And-
5.
Yep. And at the end of the bottom part of the landing, that would be the stairs going up towards the nursery. The bottom part of that, the left-hand wall as you face the back of the house, is hollow.
I'm going to see if there's a latch or anything on this side, on the wall anywhere. Anything that I can push in or whatnot. Otherwise, I might just fall down from this side if I can.
Give me a
This is where
notice roll,
Moody should have
please.
been here to impulsively punch things.
That
I
would be
made
an
her-
8.
Oh, that box was really heavy.
Oh no!
Poor Robinson. 8, yes. So,
Let's try and drag these out.
wow. You realise we're not going to see those on camera.
No, I wanted
Other
to show
than-
them off, so I had to go under my
Good
bed
lord.
to drag them
They are
out,
very,
but I
very
have-
snacky.
He's going to go through an entire stream in future with his feet up directly in front of the camera.
Or he can just wear them like gloves. He can wear them like gloves and tap at the computer one at a time.
Oh my word. No.
Petition to
there.
get him a Tommy gun to go with the shoes.
That's pretty cool, Robinson. I've got to say, that is pretty
is-
cool.
And it's got, you can't really see it because it's buttoned up, but it has
Uh,
these, like rust-coloured trousers that go with it.
Oh, good
I
lord.
think it's absolutely perfect for Merlin because it's like 10 years out of date. For
Yes.
when we're
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Great.
I would like to edit that petition, and hopefully it's a fake Tommy gun because I don't know if I trust Robin with a real one.
Good point, Shard. Thank you.
I was
yes.
thinking, water pistol type.
Or possibly airsoft.
I remember doing the Margate Carnival at one point, and we didn't actually have Tommy guns, but we did have violin cases, because one of the guys had a replica 1920s car that he used for he did weddings and things with it. And one year for the carnival, we just got everybody dressed up in suits with violin cases, and we did the carnival just with the car and everybody.
Amazing.
It was pretty cool. It was.
If you didn't stick googly eyes on the headlamps and call it Chugaboom.
We did. I don't think he'd have gone for that.
So, Shard, you do notice in the dust at the bottom of this, there's been a lot of shuffling around. Almost like someone had been on hands and knees. So you do the same and start fumbling around the edges of the...
And realize
wall.
that they
And
didn't
there's-
find anything.
No, they did.
Oh,
There's a very, very... it molded in with the very intricate woodwork around it is a button that opens the door.
button. And
Lead-
this
and-
is stairs.
Some stairs leading down.
Cool.
Great. They
To-
probably
to-
burned.
More accurately, a button that opens a door to a very small room that off to the left of that has some stairs leading down,
Okay.
which
Okay.
would effectively put the stairs going almost directly down in line with the rest of the stairs of the house.
Okay.
Hey, do we want to become
But it's
famous?
really, really dark down there
I-
because
I
you're
got it.
underground. No outside light.
Hey, dang it, Madonna.
Yep.
I got something.
Right. Okay. I will head down.
Just follow my voice.
I'm not gonna wait for you. Just follow.
Yeah. I will head downstairs with alacrity, but I'm not running.
You got a flashlight, right? I probably have flashlights. Torches.
I don't have
Weren't
flashlight.
the torches in that day like really big, bulky?
Yeah. The days of flashlights being that big and fitting in your pocket are not. They're a long way off yet.
Why am I looking there? That's not where my inventory is. What
Doesn't really fit with my t-shirt. But
It blends into your t-shirt.
yeah.
Inventory. No.
It's really itchy as well on
We
the
don't
neck.
really have an
It's like-
inventory. We got a space void on the character sheet. But we don't
Yeah.
put it.
Honestly, I technically have nothing in my inventory on my sheet because I wasn't sure what was available to put on my inventory.
We're
I'm
going for
going
Christmas
to
boat, though.
root around in the boot of the rented car.
Yep.
Or borrowed car.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, that might be. Okay.
And see if there's one there. If GM wants to give us one.
So while Madonna's gone tearing back out of the house to the car,
So,
what
yeah.
are you doing?
Well, it's really dark in there.
He's gonna go down the stairs.
Yeah.
He's gonna go
I'm
down.
gonna slowly approach the stairs and see if there's any amount of light coming from anywhere.
There's a little bit coming from the secondary stairs from the nursery
Crack.
and the kitchen area.
Okay. And this tiny room is just basically a room to encompass, hey, these are where the stairs are.
It's so that you don't open the door and fall face first down the stairs.
That would be hilarious. I mean, it would be hilarious for us in case we succeeded at not falling down the stairs, but the people that burned those books upstairs did fall down the stairs and kill themselves. Because then we would be lucky.
Yeah, there's actually a growing pile of bodies at the bottom. A certain density, they actually perform a kind of crash map function.
Even better. See, I can rely on that to be the case, and it'll break my fall, and I won't die.
And then you think, well, hang on a minute. If they fell down the stairs and died, how did the door get shut again?
I turn around and look at the door. Did it close on me?
Nope, because you've still got light.
Yeah, no, I'm going to wait.
Okay. Well, because I'm a nice GM,
Mhm.
you have a flashlight, a big, bulky, heavy.
I was half expecting one of those handheld actual lanterns, to be honest, because it belonged to one of the workers at the airfield, if I recall correctly.
It did belong to one of the workers at the airfield. Yes, it's more borrowed than rented.
Yes. Okay, it does belong to one of the workers at the
Yes.
airfield. We will be giving it back eventually.
Is it also blue?
Something borrowed, something blue.
I don't think the colour was actually discussed.
Hello, cat.
So it's the TARDIS now.
No, unfortunately, I think we are still in the any color you want, so long as it's black.
Yes, that stage.
Yes. It's cheaper. Okay.
Okay,
So
I
I will head back
I've
in.
just done a quick Google. Flashlights from the 1930s aren't as big and bulky as I thought.
They're not that bad.
They're not.
Anyone who owns one of the older issues of Call of Cthulhu has seen the 1920s/30s flashlight
Yes.
off the front covers and things.
From my memory, they were a lot deeper than the one I'm suddenly looking at. That happens to be on Etsy.
It's like finding on eBay the goggles I'm still going to buy, which are still on auction.
Yeah.
which is slightly
That's the
worrying.
sort of I've linked it in chat. That's the sort of flashlight that you've got, which I'm assuming is matching what you're saying.
Yeah, it probably will. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice and square.
Thank you for
I
that.
thought they were
I-
I thought they were much bigger than that. It's been a long time since I've read the Call of Cthulhu rulebook, especially the equipment section.
It's not as expensive as those.
It was when I was listening to one of my Karnaki audio books, which are kind of the early. I think they're pre World War One. They're either just pre or just immediately post. And he's talking about wandering around with his flashlight, or rather with his torch. Sorry, and it's kind of all right then. So at that stage, fair enough. Yes, you presumably had.
Yeah. So yes, and there is one in the back of the car, so you can quite happily grab
Yeah.
that.
Okay. 124, whatever. Yikes. Sorry, I just looked at the price of that Etsy one. I wanted to grow little legs and follow me around. Right.
I'm
So-
gonna have to draw that.
Now equipped with the light, do the pair of you head down the stairs?
Yep.
Excellent.
I will go first.
I will let you go first.
You can have the torch.
Fair enough.
And because you can lift it over my shoulder and give me a view, because I'm going to have a knife in one hand. And I am looking at both the stairs and the wall, just in case anyone has tried anything funny.
Okay. Meanwhile, back at the airstrip.
Failing.
Hey, you guys split the party. I'm just dealing with multiple
This is-
locations.
Just,
Dealing with
this is just a
consequences.
revenge for Witcher. Fight.
So, the three of you have gotten yourselves ready. Are you heading over to the soiree together or separately?
Is he going to be
Well, I
one
think
to
given a choice, we should
be seen with
probably.
me?
Who's actually going and who isn't?
The ones of us that
I
are
think
there.
it's me, isn't it?
Says,
I mean, I don't know that I want to be seen with him, to be honest.
Yeah, I sound like he's gonna want to see with me.
I
Yeah,
feel
we're
like
going
Moody would.
opposite ends anyway. He's gonna want to go to where all the cool people are, and then I'm going to look for the nerdy group.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they've invented nerds yet, have they?
They might have invented the candy.
Oh.
America fish. If there is a group of learned people, they will be picked on by people who perceive themselves as.
So he's
That's
looking for the
true.
muffins.
Yes.
But
He's
that
looking
term
for-
doesn't exist yet because that comes around in World War II.
Yeah, this is true.
Right,
learned
now
so
I've got
much from this
No,
session.
Well,
hang on.
don't,
Right,
don't,
okay,
don't
I will
forget.
go with the term that definitely already exists.
Don't forget
the
that
natural philosophers.
that
That's
timelines
still-
have diverted, and boffins could quite definitely be a thing.
Because
Or at least
boffins
top
came around
men.
because it was rude to call people, or seen as rude to call people a nerd or geek. But they still wanted a name for like the egghead type people, so they came up with boffin.
Well, we could just go with eggheads.
Nerd was first used as
Eight-
slang in 1951, an interpretation of 1940s slang, nerd, stupid or crazy person.
How did that
Um,
come about? How did
we
you
have-
completely flip a definition?
Yeah,
loads of
well, that
definitions
happened.
we flipped. Just almost every word that we
Yeah.
use meant something.
Nerd, I think
There was
it
a
is. Oh, sorry.
Nicholas Boffin in the novel Our Mutual Friend in 1864.
So boffin is still perfectly good. There we go.
Described as
Sorted.
a very odd-looking old fellow indeed. Well, that's
Describes him perfect. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
entirely possible that that, of course, is where the term boffin came from
Hmm.
later on.
Huh.
I still like the Indiana Jones term, top men.
yeah.
Who's looking at this thing? Top men.
What they mean is they actually sent it round to Top Man, and a load of people are going to test it up and make it look absolutely fantastic.
Okay, so before I decide whether I'm going down to this party with anybody else, I need to know what they look like. This is essential.
To be honest, I think Moody's already gone. Like, I don't think, she cares.
She's
Just
gone.
gonna- when she's ready to go, she's just gonna go. She's like, if she's gonna be off duty, like if she's gonna decide, okay, I'm taking a break from watching the thing now, there's no camaraderie. There's no connection. She's just gonna go.
Oh, great. So I'm stuck with this.
Wait, what about
I'm
clipboard?
already gone. Why
Our
do I
resident
even...
alcoholic isn't going to take a chance to get free alcohol.
Well, I'm assuming that Armin is gonna go to the party, and that's probably where I'll chat with him. And
Does that mean that you're running around the airship looking for Armin Robinson?
I want to take clipboard with me.
Oh.
I'm just going to go to the party.
Sorry?
I'm just going to go to the
Okay.
party. There's nobody suitable to escort to the party, so I'll just go. I'll
Right.
find someone to get there. It's fine.
So as I understand this, the arrival order at the party is going to be Monroe, Midas, and then Merlin. Is that about right?
Sounds right.
Okay, cool. So Monroe, you got ready. You've headed straight over. You get there. You're one of the first there. Not many people have arrived. There's waiters. It's full on silver service. There's waiters wandering around with glorious silver trays, offering what's the posh word for the finger snacky bits they give you before a meal? Hors d'oeuvre.
Hors d'oeuvres.
Thank you.
Yes.
Offering hors d'oeuvres.
Nibbles.
And over propping up the bar, you can easily see, because there's not many people at the bar yet, Armin. He's beat you there.
Ah, clipboard's gone.
This is why you're going to be just a little bit later. You're looking for Armin. He's not on the airship. Judging by what's next to him, you can see he's probably had at least 3 martinis already.
Oh, little baby. I love him so much.
Oh, poor guy. I swear to God he never touched a drop until he met us.
He needs a blanket and a hug.
Well, unfortunately, you're not playing a character that would give someone a blanket and a
No,
hug.
Jory wants to go and wrap him in a blanket and tell him everything's gonna be fine. Moody kind of wants to gauge if he is like gonna be inclined to tell Madonna anything about the ship manifest that we might not want her to know.
Well, like,
Do we have?
do you have
anyone?
a
Sorry.
highly secret, or not highly secret, but prototype aircraft with prototype electronics on board.
We had nothing to do with that. Do we actually have anyone in this party that is, squishy and cares about people beyond just, yeah, we'll do the job, get it done? Oh,
I
look
think
at you.
you are the only one.
Escorting you into the basement of a haunted house.
Yeah,
I'm the closest, but I offer people alcohol to help them get through their issues.
Yeah, you do.
That's
Masha,
like-
however,
Oh,
is
you have
interested
depression here.
in
Take this
looking
depressive.
after everybody.
Yeah.
yeah. Masha
Works for
is
me.
kind of reluctantly the den mother.
Yeah.
But it's the surface that I'm talking about.
Right.
Around, you can see at least one other pilot from the races that you know is going to be there. I believe you were there the previous earlier on when they were introduced to you as Dale. Close cropped hair, very smart suit. Slightly, possibly a size too big, perhaps, but still smart nonetheless.
Are there any cool ladies?
Not this early, no. It's mostly the, if I'm brutally honest, it's mostly those that are here for the booze and the hors d'oeuvres.
Yeah.
So
that sounds
it's the group that were playing cards at the table that Midas first encountered.
Do
Did I
wanna
just
know
hear a
what-
foghorn from somewhere?
There's a very Ray Bradbury moment there.
And then Armin over at the bar, and a couple of others that look like probably they would be the card playing type or the bar type.
You can
Yeah,
play
Do you
cards.
think Moody gambles?
Yes.
It does. Impulsivity would go with that, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I might go over and hang out with the card people. I want to talk to Armin, but I want to hang out with the card people too.
Okay, they're not playing cards at the moment, but it's the group that were playing cards when you met them earlier in the day. Was it yesterday? When you first went into the bar.
It was yesterday, I
It
think.
was yesterday,
Would be
yeah.
the guys whose money I took.
Yes.
Oh,
That
well,
was
I
Dale
mean,
whose money you took.
Specifically.
Yeah, his mate Chips wants to win it back.
And they certainly seem quite keen on winning it back, yes.
Well, we were playing poker, so presumably I took Dale's chips.
there it is.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, there it is. Perfect.
49. Oh my god.
We've had a lot of face
It's
palms
not
in the...
going counter. That's not this session.
No, that's not this session. That's since I put the counter up. I thought it'd
Yeah,
be more fun
but
to have a running
over-
count rather than a per session count.
Over half of those happened last weekend.
Yes.
Yeah, Mutiny Zero does that to us. So you still want to go and talk to the card playing lot, yeah?
I'll talk to Armin first.
Okay. He is. He's clearly had a couple, but still mostly in control. Good evening, miss. How are you?
Doing all
Care for a
right.
drink?
How about you?
I do a really
Love
good
one.
martini.
Signal to tender.
And within a minute, there's 2 martinis.
Oh, he's got another one. Okay. And I'll just, yeah. Casually. I feel like Moody is probably an experienced drinker and isn't going to get smashed right out the gate. So just gently, casually going for it. And it's, so that unscheduled flight today, right?
The log said calibrations.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were up there for.
That's fried squid, isn't it?
I'm really bad at lying. I'm trying so hard.
Did
You have to lie impulsively, remember.
it work
I'm
okay?
trying. I'm trying.
Is it Does it work?
It worked like a charm. We got everything, all the data we needed. It was great.
And the 3 aircraft you followed, it tracked them okay?
It like I say, it worked exactly as expected. We got all the information we needed from it. It was a really successful venture.
I'll drink to that.
Cheers. So how have you been, Armin?
Bored, counting. To be honest, the most fun thing is reading the flight logs. You have some interesting ventures.
Is it? Oh yeah. What other than today? What else has been interesting about them?
Well, there's the Did It Work trip. And then there's a couple of flights up to up there somewhere, about 40 mile, I think the log said, and back.
So vague.
I'm sorry, I'm having a really hard time not going with my impulse to like gently coddle him and adopt him.
You can do it. We have faith in you.
You can do this. Stand
At
firm.
any point, we're just gonna see it like
Okay. I
Moody,
would
like,
like.
one arm round arm and escorting him out like he did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
On behalf of myself as both a player and a GM, I would just like to request of yourself and of chat generally that we not adopt every NPC. Please leave someone for us to kill.
We do what we want, okay?
There's the impulsiveness. We do what we want.
So here's the fun thing: adoption or not, even if everyone adopts a PC, we still get to kill them if they get into the firing lines, regardless.
Yeah, I mean, someone's going to
I-
hanging by the toenails with the throat cut. You know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Reason to be certain that if you adopt people and then kill them, they kind of object when you try and adopt the next one. They start putting red tape in the way.
Nobody no, we have the adopt button. Nobody can stop this train.
Child protective service, NPC protective service.
Oh my word. Am I going to have to start writing more NPCs that are so hateful you won't want to adopt them?
The NPCCC is here.
Yeah, hang on. National Society for the Protection of Non-Player Characters.
Yeah.
That's what we need.
NSNPC.
Magpie has a point though. It's more dramatic when you kill adoptees than characters we didn't want to adopt. So if you kill Armin, I will flip a table. Like, I'm just telling you right now.
You can kill the adopted characters, but not this adopted character. My
Yeah.
adopted
The
character.
other ones.
I suppose it's better than everybody wifing people.
Yes,
All right,
much
well.
better.
Only very slightly.
I'm gonna give him a hearty
vanilla
clap on the
tax.
back and go. You know, I'm gonna go mingle a little bit. You take care. I've learned what I wanted. I don't think he's gonna have anything to say.
I don't
Okay,
think that-
if it wasn't for the fact that Armin was up against the bar, that hearty slap may well have knocked him over. Fortunately,
know.
the bar propped him up.
I want to hug him. I shall restrain myself and deck him.
I'm trying to. Oh,
Totally
you
related.
don't understand how hard it is for me to play this character. I'm trying to play a character who's literally the opposite of me as far as impulse goes.
So take what you want to do and do the exact opposite with the
That's
character.
why I clapped him on the back and left instead of hugging him. And I made sure it was hard enough that he might, like spill his drink a little bit.
Of course.
Cool.
So, the next one to arrive, if I remember the order correctly, was Midas.
That would be me. Yeah.
Now, Midas, as you're arriving at the same time as a number of other pilots. You immediately recognise Peppergy. Because you've had face-to-face conversations, you know what he looks like. He looks at you rather distastefully, and then carries on in.
That guy. I don't know. Well, I'll hang back slightly because obviously I don't want to walk in with a crowd of people. Someone might think I'm associated with them. So I'll wait and then step in a few seconds afterwards, so that I'm going in on my own.
Okay.
Pause in the doorway to look around. Obviously, got to make an entrance, but subtly.
Okay.
It's probably the only thing I just will do subtle all day.
So, looking around the room, there's the folks you're playing cards with, kind of huddled in one area, keeping mostly to themselves. Apart from Dale, who's just leaving the bar, having presumably got another drink. They're looking rather smart. Certainly more smart than the folks that were playing cards. Even if the suit is perhaps just a cut too big. You can see Armin being propped up by the bar. Walking away from Armin, you can see Monroe. And then there's waiting staff providing drinks and hors d'oeuvres and...
Okay. Just to clarify, by the way, given his background, although he never normally wears it, Midas's suit is, tailored Savile Row.
Of course it is.
Of course, yes. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But as I say, never normally wears the thing.
When his mum told him to take his scarf and wrap up warm, his scarf is white silk, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, to be honest, Midas really should talk like this. From his background, he should really talk like this.
Is this like
he talks like this, so it's all good.
Is that like what's his face? Go Rhodes.
Oh,
Who used to speak
yeah.
like that?
Or who was the
Nigel
violin-
Kennedy.
Kennedy?
Yes.
Yeah. Who, if you see his early stuff, he was very plummy, and then he suddenly became an inverse snob. It's very, very funny to see.
I had no idea. I've never actually heard the guy speak. No clue.
He talks like this. He's a bit of a white boy, and he's
He went all punk and wide boy, and he started out from a very good family. So it
Okay.
is quite amusing because it was so obviously fake. Right, so first stop, then get a drink, obviously, and then start to mingle. Probably, where possible, avoiding the pilots. They're the least interesting people to me here because they're all just people I'm going to be beating.
Okay.
For a second there, I thought you were gonna stop at least interesting people, and I was like, so he thinks that he's also not very interesting.
It's not so much that pilots aren't interesting people. It's more that obviously in any given group of pilots, there's like one interesting pilot, and then there's everybody else.
And that interesting one is you.
Obviously. Who else?
I love Midas.
I do too.
Yep. I hate Midas. He's a terrible, terrible person, but he's a lot of fun to play.
Quite often, the terrible people are the fun ones to play.
Yeah, they are. It's
You
all the
can
actors
take
say it.
it
And,
Yeah,
the bad guys are the most interesting.
It's
people
more
to
fun
play.
to play a villain.
Yes.
Mhm.
We just sound better.
Obsessed with power.
God, those bloody actors.
So I'm gonna be mingling. Obviously, if necessary, I will talk to pilots, but that's not really who I'm here for. It's the other people, or the hangers-on, and particularly the money men. If there's any of them around, and more importantly, maybe the money men's daughters. He is, after all, at the end of the day, a now slightly intoxicated, horny 18-year-old.
Where's the reporter?
I don't know.
Did we take her with us?
You sent her on a mission. She gave
Yeah,
you a
she-
little bit of information,
did.
but hasn't been
Hasn't
heard
come
from
back.
since.
Oh no.
I mean, no offense, but you don't go to dinner and bring a pizza.
I don't
Jesus
believe he
fish.
said that. I do not believe he just said that.
Jesus fish.
Did I not just say he is an awful, a terrible cat person?
He is
Yes,
a
but that came out of your mouth.
Yeah. Oh, that was worth the 50th facepalm. That really was.
Oh God, we're at 50.
We're at
50
50.
Wow.
Yes.
So what I'm hearing is
Terrible person.
he probably has accrued more black eyes from Moody in the meantime.
Almost certainly.
He's got pilot reflexes, so he's dodged more
It's
black
really-
eyes.
It's
Oh my
really
God.
great. It's like Agility 12. I mean,
Yeah,
it's really,
Dodged a
really
heck
great.
of a lot of black eyes.
It's quite possible that he should have gotten black eyes, but instead he's just fast enough to run away.
I love Midas. I mean, I
They've
don't.
gone in for the blow and then they've hit the person behind him instead. There's
Oh.
a chain of bar fights behind.
He's
I can
never
see it.
been in any bar fights, but he's
He's
seen
seen loads.
so many.
Yeah. Mind you, he strikes me as the sort of person who can legitimately say that about accidents as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've never been in an accident in a car, but I've seen loads.
In the rearview mirror.
Everywhere I go, people seem to be crashing. Yeah, you want to watch out for these guys. They're dangerous.
I'd just like to point out, for the benefit of the tape, that Fishy is in no way, shape, or form as bad as Midas.
No,
No.
he's very much playing
Yes,
a character.
it is well worth reminding people. We should probably do this at the start of every session.
Yeah.
We are playing characters.
Yeah.
These are
For the
not
benefit of the
ourselves
tape,
that
I
we are
would like
playing.
to point out to everybody, so that you are aware, that Fishy is bad in different ways to mine.
Yeah, absolutely.
It requires knowing what the horrible thing to say would be in order to play the character that would say the horrible thing.
Fortunately,
So-
books and television are full of horrible people.
Yeah.
So
Mm,
That's
you
very
just
true.
borrow liberally from them.
yes,
Blackadder and Sebastian Flight in your sort.
Growing up on Blackadder helps.
yes, yes. So there's now a swathe of I say a swathe, probably about 10 mechanics coming in. You can tell they're mechanics because although they're smartened up, they're not pristine smart, and they've still got grease on their faces. It's more, yeah, I'll wear something smart because I have to, but I really want to be back under the plane.
Well, that's between you and your therapist.
Now, see, that's your response. Moody's responses are any of them women though?
Oh, God,
Yes.
there's a Dorothy Parker quote I need to find.
Gonna actively avoid Midas and actively not avoid the lady mechanics.
Yes,
I'm
of
not
the
imagining Midas flirting with the like, oh, do you want to come and hop in my plane? So, female mechanic.
yeah,
No,
Well, no, it
basically,
has to be an
it's
innuendo. And I have a plane you can get under is more his speed.
Oh, God,
Well,
it's kind of
I mean, it-
chart.
Oh.
Sure, I mean, I can. I got a plane. Yeah, it's over there. It's all fully fueled up. I can take you to heaven, but we do have to get a little close. You know, you don't mind squeezing in a little bit.
I believe that's more or less the conversation that you had with Jenny that netted the crew a reporter.
Not far off. Yeah.
The thing is, yeah, you can tell this is an 18-year-old.
Yeah, that's how I'm trying to play him.
Yeah. They probably
Not
think
just an
that-
18-year-old, an 18-year-old that is full of himself.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes.
Full of himself, and although he plays it down as Chuck Shackelford, as Charles Arthur Clark Quigley
Yeah,
is rich.
yeah,
Yeah, he grew up with the silver spoon,
Yeah.
and then decided he was going to go out and become an adventurer and a flyer and see the world, and adopted this persona of Chuck Shackelford.
yeah. Yes.
Definitely not used to not being successful.
People don't say no to the Clark Quigleys. I don't get this. I don't understand why. I suppose that's maybe part of why I dropped the name, because it's interesting to see what the rest of the world is like. And I gotta say, you gotta try a lot harder, except where flying is concerned, obviously, because, hey, what can I say?
It's a lot shorter.
There are
once you're
pilots,
standing on
and then there are me.
I'm hardly terrified because I was at Dover Girls when I was that age.
Yeah, well, you see, now Midas would be in his element there.
I'm really looking forward to that one time that there's a bad roll and Midas actually does
Yeah,
get
I am
hurt.
terrified by that because I had so much. The Deadlands Classic system, which we started in, was so much better suited to me
Yes, it
because
was.
it's a dice pool system. So even though my dice are crap, I still had a good chance of something coming out well. Rolling one die at a time in this system. And there's going to come a point where Midas is going to fall out of the sky.
But Midas does have chips.
Yeah, not enough.
I was thinking more of when you do start that bar fight accidentally and you fail to dodge and get your butt
That
kicked.
too, yeah.
And I'm
Outside of
wondering
last
how
time.
would he recover? Like, would he just ignore the fact that it happened because it's the first and only time it's ever happened, or would it really shock his confidence like completely for a few days?
Yeah,
No, I
that's
think because it didn't happen in a plane, it doesn't count.
Oh.
he has excuse.
You sent catatonic for a week or so.
Sorry?
Was it Gawain you actually sent catatonic?
Oh, yeah, I mean,
Yes.
that's going way back. till-
That's the Shadowrun that I ran when
Shadow
you did that, I think.
Yeah, and yeah, I had a really, really confident character in that. Arrogant character as well, but confident. He was really very good. And eventually just things went wrong for him, and it just felt right to me. I had him go catatonic. So for about a week, he was just nobody
I
home.
think that's perfect.
Wouldn't do anything.
Yeah.
And then disappeared and reappeared later on as an NPC in a later game with a different name and a completely different look, having basically turned himself into Robert McCall.
Mm,
Yes.
yes.
God, yes, Lucifer.
Hmm.
Yes, sorry about that. It's just I can see a certain amount of crossover between Gawain and Midas in the confidence stakes.
Difference in
Mm,
age, though.
Yeah.
Distinct
Yeah,
difference in age.
Very different, a lot of very different things. And
So Midas might be a little bit more, like he might bounce back a little more.
maybe Midas
easily.
could grow up to become Gawain, but he's certainly nowhere near there yet.
Maybe he's young enough that we can actually get him to grow up better then.
Yeah.
I mean, he is. He's young and he is still theoretically malleable. You've got the problem, like with any teenager, that getting him to listen to you is going to be the hard part.
Yes.
But he's young enough to be salvageable, is Midas.
Oh.
So
How many black eyes is it going to take, though? Sorry, no.
well,
I think the way to do
maybe
it is
tonight
right.
he'll find
You're
out
gonna have to
because
find something better.
there are a few women in the room, so maybe tonight he'll find out.
I think
Uh-huh.
black eyes aren't going to do it. You're going to need either a better stick or find yourself a carrot somewhere.
They're mechanics. They're likely to have a monkey wrench to hand.
Yeah.
That still doesn't count.
The
You
band-
said better stick.
It's not it's not about scale necessarily. It's more about targeting.
Two lovely black eyes.
And the last of the bad debt crew to arriving slightly later than fashionably late because he was running around the bad debt looking for Armin, is Merlin,
Awkward as always.
one of the last to arrive. Most of the hors d'oeuvres have already been handed out. They were starting to run out by the time you got there.
Oh god. Oh, that was gonna kill me
And
for a while.
there's a good number of people here now. Pilots, mechanics, drunkards in the case of Armin at the moment.
How easy is it to spot the British?
They have a distinct style of their own. Savile Row suits. Basically, look for people that are dressed like Midas,
Kind of like
but 10 years behind.
See, I'm disappointed.
Oh, I
I
blend
thought you were
right
going
in.
to say,
Keep
I
an eye out for
thought you were
people
going
who
to
are
say look for the people in red coats.
I was thinking the same thing.
Keep an eye out for the people who are obviously disappointed there's no piano in the corner.
Yes.
But yes, the British are indeed there, but their suits are good. That the one woman that's with them, the dress is good, but the fashion's about 10 years out.
Yeah, but you said the magic word.
Savile Row.
There's a well-dressed woman over there.
Oh, that magic word, right?
Oh God.
How old, roughly?
Give a notice roll.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Oh, you're on dangerous ground here, mate.
Uh-oh, you have to roll.
5. That's a success with no modifiers.
Maybe mid-20s?
That seems very reasonable.
More than reasonable.
I was
Possibly more
attempting,
experienced.
but those are British pilots. So maybe they don't count.
Well, there's more among the British than just the pilots. Clearly, they've brought
Yeah.
their mechanics, maybe their team lead as well.
Yeah, but she's in a group with those pilots, and I'm trying to avoid the pilots. So in order to go and see her, I've got to brave the pilots that are in that. And mechanics, but I suppose mechanics are okay.
You make this so complicated.
Yep.
Priorities, mate, are so out of whack. This is hard.
Hey guys, so you're the British contingent.
Well, that is our native country, but we do not represent our government, if that's what you mean, yes.
I didn't necessarily imply. I wasn't intending to imply that you were representing. Brain suddenly gone to sleep. His Majesty.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it
Yes.
should be, shouldn't it?
It's 50 something for Liz.
Yes.
My history goes really wafty. Pretty much everywhere before last week.
It's the inter-war years I have booked. with.
The oldest of them is the one you're talking to. You'd put him to be maybe in his 50s. Distinctly older than the rest of his crew. Sporting that silver streaks down the side of the hair look.
Wings.
Yes, that's the name, yes.
Reed Richards,
Just
if you
a,
like,
just a
please
little
rank.
bit
Or
weird.
myself.
Yeah.
So what brings you guys over here anyway? I mean, the rest, obviously most of these folks, they're from American air crews because there's a lot of it going on over here, but it's not the same, back in Blighty. So
We
what's
heard
with
there,
you?
we heard there was a race with a significant prize at stake.
Gee, I'm sorry, guys. Obviously you didn't hear. I'm actually flying.
All the more of a challenge then.
Well, yeah, okay, that's fair. I'm sure there's a second prize.
And I'm sure that you will certainly enjoy it.
Oh, I like you. I like you a lot.
Wow.
I don't know why, because if one of them guys said that to me, I'd get a little bit miffed. But there's something about the voice. I don't know. You remind me of my aunt, actually.
Oh.
Your aunt.
Yeah, well, Pops doesn't quite speak like that. I mean, it's close, but it's not quite. He's a little bit more, tally ho. It's a Royal Flying Corps in this day.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you have English heritage.
Yeah, you know how it is. I split my time between the two countries when I was growing up, but obviously mostly over here. Lately, you can no doubt
How
tell that
disappointing for you.
because of the planes. There's just so many planes over here, and I love planes. So, sorry, what?
How disappointing that you're mostly over here.
Yeah, well, as I say, like, there's more planes.
Well, it's certainly the situation here does promote a certain level of what is it they say? Necessity is the mother of invention.
Yeah, I
And
heard
there is
that.
a lot of
It is a
necessity
land of
here.
opportunity. That's what we like to say over here. This is a land of opportunity. There's plenty of opportunity. As an opportunity for you guys to take second place in this race, for example, and there's an opportunity for those schmucks over there to realize that even half a Brit is better than them.
And yet you are flying machines made by your own technicians?
Well, I'm flying a Dawson Dagger.
So you're one of the Dagger pilots. I see. We'll be keeping an eye on you.
I wouldn't worry about the other guy.
Why not?
I don't know though. Actually, I mean, he did okay. We had a little bit of a buzz around this afternoon just for funsies, And yeah, to be honest, he's better than I thought.
See, we had heard that the dagger was the plane to watch. If there are two of you here, then we definitely need to watch the pair of you. Unless there's
It-
something you know that we don't about the other pilot.
Well, I know he's not as good as me. Other than that,
That would just be arrogance speaking, sir.
no. I mean, he really isn't as good as me. I checked. Yeah, we had a
Just-
fly around this afternoon, and I checked. But I tell you this though,
Yes, we
he
watched
does have
that.
a slight mechanical edge.
A slight mechanical edge.
Yeah. Well, you see, both planes are racers, obviously. I mean, the Dawson Dagger is a racer, but mine's been retrofitted for combat, so it's a little heavier than his is.
Ah, that's good to know.
Yeah.
So yours is the slower of the two.
Mine is unfortunately the slower of the two daggers, yeah. Fortunately, I'm a better pilot, so I can make up for that.
Interesting.
You guys flying British planes then? I noticed some very interesting technology going on with your, your home base this afternoon.
Yes, yes. The Prydwen is a marvel of technology.
It is quite fantastic. I mean, is that technology on the open market yet?
Nope.
Is it going to be soon?
Highly unlikely, sir. It was designed by our own team,
Nice.
as
But-
were the planes we fly.
If you've got the if you've got the patents on these things and they work, which they clearly do, then why not put them on the open market?
We have to
Why
test
bother
them
paying
first.
for the money if you've got so it's a prototype.
That was an interesting noise.
Yeah, I just kicked a bottle over.
Yeah, we got a prototype as well, but I don't really know anything about that. It's not a racer, so I don't pay much attention to it.
Oh, my God.
Waves in the vague direction of Merlin. Yeah, the specky guy over there, he has something to do with it.
You say your technologist is named Merlin.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
Now,
it's
I actually didn't say his name, did
if I
I?
remember
So,
rightly-
do I notice that?
Prydwen is
Yeah.
the self navigating boat that they use in the search for the Holy Grail.
It's one of Arthur's ships, yeah.
I think it's the one that can steer itself.
It's a lot of different myths
It's-
bolted
yeah, it's-
together with super glue.
Okay, so I made a 5 on my notice roll, so I'm going to pay attention to the fact that I did not say his name was Merlin. That's interesting because I never said that.
No, you didn't.
No, I didn't. But you're right.
It pays
so,
to research your opposition. And the bad debt is known
you're
to
just-
us.
So you're just drawing me out here, Dan. You already know exactly who I am.
Yes,
You're just letting me talk
absolutely.
because I'm an American and that's what we do. So you figured that out.
And you're really rather good at it.
Yeah, I know. I'm good at flying too. I'm better at flying than I am at talking.
I would
But
certainly
I'll tell
hope
you
so.
something else. Unlike a hell of a lot of these people, I can actually do both at the same time.
You can fly and talk at the same time.
It's
Well,
pretty annoying that you can't.
On a
select
good day, I
power
can
without
chew
taking
gum.
all out one.
I was going to ask. The guy turns to the lady who stood to his right and says, Jenny, apparently it's Merlin you need to speak to.
I can do you an introduction if you want.
Please do. Jenny,
Because first,
this is Midas. He's going to introduce you to Merlin.
so Jenny, you say. It's not like, nah, that would be stupid.
Oh
do
my
go
God.
on, sir. Do go on.
No, that's fine. So, Jenny, what's your interest in Merlin? He says that as he's saying this, he is taking her arm and starting to guide her towards Merlin.
She lets you take her arm and guide you. I'm intrigued by things of a mechanical nature.
So you're a technologist.
I'm intrigued by things of a mechanical nature. I wouldn't say I was a leading technologist, but I find them so intriguing, so interesting, almost
know,
magical.
One of the things I love about you British is you're so close-lipped. It's amazing. I mean, everybody over here, we talk a lot. I'm a good example of that, obviously. But you guys, It's amazing. You don't let anything go unless you want to, do you? It's really quite impressive.
Well, we all have our orders.
Orders. Who would those be coming from then? Boss man over there?
Yes.
You're an independent outfit, I gather.
Yes.
But well funded and with some very impressive technology. That takes some doing.
We have some wealthy backers, yes.
I would imagine you must do for this kind of stuff. You don't feel like dropping a few names?
No,
Didn't think you could.
probably no one you know.
Probably nobody I know. You're absolutely right. Probably nobody I know. Of course, I might know people who know people who know them.
Yes, you might. But I'm still not
But
going to say.
Not gonna know because you're not gonna tell me.
Exactly.
I like
know how this
Jenny.
works.
I like you a lot.
So how long have you known your Merlin? And is he really a wizard? Is he that good with technology?
I feel like I should be paying more attention to what's being said here than
Don't-
googling what the Pridwin was.
Those are
Yes, yes, you
interesting
should.
My relationship with Merlin is purely business. He maintains Nelly for me, and he does some work on behalf of my employers. But I don't really look too much into what he does because it doesn't directly impact my job. And I'm all about my job, really. Well, I'm all about flying, but that's why I took a job to fly, right?
Quite. So if flying's your thing,
He
once
thinks
you've
he's
introduced me to Merlin, you may have conversations more to your nature with Lance, one of our
Well.
pilots. You'll be racing against him later.
Oh, I try not to hobnob too much with the guys I'm going to have to beat. You know, it gets awkward.
I think you'd find him quite interesting to speak to.
Well, if you say so, maybe I'll try. Hey, Merlin.
Do I really have to respond to you? It's not going to be good. Wait, this is the first time that you've ever called me out of your own initiative.
Yes. And I'm approaching with a well-dressed young lady on my arm, just to really put you on edge. Now, Merlin, I got somebody here who wants to talk to you about engines and stuff. You know, your kind of thing. Try not to bore her too much. She's a visitor to our shores, but then so are you. So I don't know. Anyway, Jenny, this is Merlin. He has another name, but honestly, I've got no idea what it is.
That doesn't matter. Merlin's perfectly fine.
Merlin, this is Jenny. She's with the British contingent, who I'm going to be beating over the next few days. So you two. She apparently likes technology. So you two chat and see what happens. Have fun, you kids.
Well, there are better first impressions that can be made.
So, Fish, does that mean that Midas is going to swan off to somewhere more interesting, or?
Yep, Midas is he's actually going to leave poor Jenny alone and head off to find his next potential victim. It's a comradely feeling here that maybe Merlin will get lucky. Who knows?
Okay, so from looking around, you're next. The person that you're going to be approaching next, because I can't bring myself to use the phrasing you used,
Target?
looks to be in amongst the mechanics, complete with greasy face and the works.
I think ideally Merlin will probably just spend his time there. I'm assuming there's going to be a certain amount of society presence
Yes.
here, not not flying, not even backing, just here as
Local
entertainment.
society more than anything else. So not not the high. High flying is not quite the right term, but fits in the setting. That you would perhaps know from the New England area
Yeah. So he's
or from the
he's
Hollywood Nights area.
as Charles, he'd probably be now socializing beneath himself, but as Chuck, they're a step above him, except that he's dressed better than them.
Yes.
So I think that's where Midas is going to spend his time, probably not doing anything at all significant, literally
Okay.
just chit-chatting and telling tales of his daring do in the way that he does.
I mean, if he was looking to garner the attention of someone of the opposite sex, pretty much the mechanics, the 4 or 5 mechanics that are there, are probably his only chance, because the women that are there with the society are there with their husbands.
Yeah, I mean, his first thought when heading to a party is obviously skirt. But once he gets there and actually relaxes into it and starts drinking, he is just drawn away by the opportunity to show off, and that's more important to him.
Cool. So, before I bounce back to the house, Monroe, Midas isn't the quietest of people. So where Midas has been shouting at the British and then escorting a woman over to Midas.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry,
Midas
to
escorted
Merlin.
a woman to Midas?
Merlin.
Too many M's. What
I know we did it on purpose.
now?
This is
Whilst
fine.
you were socializing with the with some of the other women around, once you've spotted Merlin in the picture, what are your actions? Are you going to stay being social and taking the night off, or
This is when I leak top secret technology knowledge to a competitor.
I think in keeping with the impulsivity, I'm gonna see some cool looking mechanic ladies and go over and talk to them.
Cool, okay.
And just ignore everything else.
cool? Chatting to mechanic. In which case, we will bounce back to the house.
Yeah.
It's dark. You've got a flashlight. You're going downstairs.
Yay! That came out wrong.
There's something at the bottom of the stairs. It looks like it might be a sack or something.
There is a dead body.
Yeah. I've seen Audition. I'm not liking the way this is going. Okay, so yes, I will cautiously proceed down the stairs. I'm proceeding in a southerly direction down these stairs, which I take it I'm going to have to make a stealth check for.
If you are trying to be stealthy, yes.
I am trying to be stealthy, yes.
Then
I
yes,
got
please on the
make-
stealth check.
We are making light, but you never know.
Yeah, I'm not going to bother trying to do a stealth check this time because I am making light.
Uh, 7.
Okay.
I'll do my best to step where she's stepping, but I'm not going to try overly much to be stealthy at this point. We've made a lot of noise.
That's fair.
Yeah. On the other hand, they might just notice you and not notice me.
And then you stab them while they're shooting me in the face.
Yes. Ideally,
plan.
I'd have them before they shoot you in the face. while
Sure, but I can probably fix myself almost as good as I can fix others.
Well, your first guess was correct.
Mhm.
There is a body at the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah.
Arriving down, I mean, you've got a flashlight, so there's only so much stealth you can have with a flashlight.
Yeah.
The room is to all intents and purposes, well, no, it is a cellar. There's no other way to put it. Basement, cellar, whichever. It's not that big. Might have been used for wine storage, but there's no wine racks. Really too big for a coal cellar, given they've only got 2 small fires in the house. But there is this body at the floor. The reason they look like a sack is because they're wearing a fairly tatty flight suit.
Oh,
And crumpled up as they are, it just looked like almost like a Hessian sack, but it's actually just a very dirty.
is there any identifier on the suit? Ship name, base name, that sort of thing. Or patch.
No,
ID.
there's no patch, no. You don't recognise them from the pilots that you've seen thus far.
Okie dokie. Right, I'm going to have a look around the rest of the basement.
Okay, notice roll, please.
Okay. Something I can actually do.
What are you doing, Shard?
Well, want to examine the body to see how long the body's been there, kind of a thing, just to the temperature and whatnot, to figure out how long it's been there, how they died, and whatnot. So I'm setting the flashlight down and doing a short examination.
Dr. Smith.
Hold on a second. Sarah's wandering around being loud.
Okay.
You guys can hear her?
Can hear something in the
Yeah,
background.
how's that?
7, by the way. On my notice
7.
check.
Okay.
Why are my hands so cold? It's not that cold in here.
All right. So, would I use my healing skill for this since it's medical examination, even though they're dead? Or would it be research?
Oh, no, this will be medical.
All right. All right.
A lot of medical learning is done on corpses.
Yeah.
Fair point.
So that's a 12.
Okay, so from the approximate temperature of the body, because I don't think you've actually got a thermometer to check with, and various other bodily factors, you would estimate the body has been dead maybe hour and a half, 2 hours ish.
So about the same time as the papers got burned.
Yep. And can I have a notice roll, please?
As I get stabbed in the back.
No.
Eight.
8. Okay, so checking the body, rolling the body over. You notice a lump underneath the flight suit around the chest area. Solid lump.
Alien!
I pull the. Sorry, I got distracted. I pull the jacket away to see what's if it's a pocket that's lumped up or if it's something else.
No, they have a book about yay big
Oh,
stuck on their
found a
flight
book.
suit.
Yeah.
Right, your search around the room finds unfortunately nothing. There's no signs of a weapon, no blood pooling, no other exit.
Yeah. To be fair, I was more concerned about anybody else still being in the cellar who might have committed murder and then be ready to stab us.
None of that either.
Okay.
No, you are
Right.
quite definitely alone.
Okay. In that case, having ascertained that fact and that there is nothing of interest in the rest of the cellar, I am going to come back. What do we know about the stiff?
Well, they've been dead for about an hour or two, about the same time that those papers upstairs got burned.
Mm-hmm.
And I also found this.
Okay, I'm going to take the book, have a quick flick through,
Okay.
and assume it will fall open to the correct page.
It's
Actually, what I will do, depending on how thick it is I might get it supported at the spine thing and see if it falls open to anything
okay.
that's been used.
Right. The first thing you see once it opens is that most of the pages have been torn out.
Yep, had a feeling that was where it all went from upstairs. Well, this is happy.
There's a few blank pages left in the back, but
Yeah.
Dang.
I'm going to run the tips of my fingers over the back pages and see. Is it a notebook type book?
yep, it's a journal of some sort.
Oh, we could probably use some sand or ash to see if there's anything to get at least the last page that was torn out.
Thinking pencil, but yeah, same deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I feel any indentations?
You can,
Right then.
and you've got ash on your hands
I've got ash on my hands. Yeah.
just
so I
from
need to
just from
see that.
feeling if there's indentations.
Yeah.
You can see
Okay.
something forming.
Okay. I will gently rub my finger over the page. Use the magic finger down and up and round and up. Sorry. Magic pencil, wasn't it?
And in tracing the lines, you form the summoning sigil.
And we both. Oh, is she also standing in the summoning circle as a sacrifice?
Yeah, you laugh about that, but I am writing a story that's actually not a million miles away. Okay.
I thought about that, but then I thought, no, ghosts don't fit in with Crimson Skies. So
No. Okay. Now I've got words and pictures, the magic pencil stuck in my head. Okay.
yeah,
Right.
with some careful
Yeah.
grazing across the page.
Yep. I shall stroke the page and see if I can get any words up.
No words, but a series
Okay.
of numbers, or several series of numbers.
Why do people have to make life complicated?
Clearly
Coordinates?
separated by space. You've got 3 sets of numbers. Each set of numbers is 12 characters across.
Coordinates.
Are they coordinates?
Probably.
Am pilot. I
Yes.
think I even have navigation.
Probably. At first
Also-
glance,
Also,
If I put
we've
a
all
comma
read
there-
enough books that have a series of, well, there's this many digits. We don't know what it is because of how it's written. No, it's probably location numbers.
It's from the future.
6 digits?
GPS.
Yeah, that's coordinates.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we may be able to sort out where they went. We have map. We have charts.
Fortunately, we don't have any notes on where these coordinates go to, and this is probably the last entry that was made in this journal.
Yeah.
And they have an hour and a half, 2-hour head start at this point.
Mm. Well, with any luck, they will not find what they're looking for straight away.
And with luck, Merlin did listen to you and still has the boat plane on standby for us to use to go out to these coordinates.
Yep. Oddly enough, that too is what I'm thinking.
A horn sounds in the distance.
Fuck,
not a
who
car
called
horn.
Wild Hunt.
Not a car horn. What kind of a horn?
More of a foghorn.
Why did I know you were gonna say that?
It's
We're sure there's no such thing as ghosts. Right. Okay, fine. Oh,
I may have been lying about the ghosts thing.
Yeah. Oh, sweetie.
I know. So sweet.
Wait, which direction would you be lying about the ghost thing? That there aren't ghosts or that there are ghosts? Which was the lie?
Yeah.
I'll let you, you work that one out.
Okay. Right. Okay then. If there's nothing else of interest in this cellar, I think we may have exhausted the possibilities of this house.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Let's be careful going up the stairs, because the way that the guy died, was it falling down the stairs or getting hit in the head?
There's no blood that you can see, so probably not a head wound.
Mm.
Okay,
So probably the fall down the stairs.
broken. Yeah, so he either got pushed by his partner, etc., or there's a trick step that we missed coming down. We should be careful going up.
Yeah. This is why I was paying attention to the stairs on the way down, just in case of anything dodgy on the stairs or tripwire or anything along those lines. Sorry. He's gorgeous. Right. So yeah, I will lead the way back up.
Okay, there's no sign of any tripwires. To be honest, if there had been any, you'd have either tripped them or found them already.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Okay. Well, we have a decision. We can either go straight to these coordinates, or rather, we can get Merlin to bring the plane over.
Wasn't there a soiree tonight?
A soiree.
Soiree?
Yes, but I don't. Oh, we're not secret police, that's for certain. I don't see Merlin as being the party type.
Okay,
He's
fair
going
enough.
to hold up with his books. It won't be a problem. Merlin's ears start burning and he starts worrying.
Just random sneezes. Someone's talking about me.
There's no radio or anything in the car, is there?
No.
Okay.
No, sorry. There is a regular tune it in,
Yeah,
listen to the local station radio, but there's no two-way radio.
there's no two-way. Okay. It was a vain hope. Right. I'm thinking that, so I'm basically thinking we need to get onto this.
I think we found what we came to find. There's nothing else here. I'm surprised they didn't burn the house down behind them.
Yeah, me too, to be brutally honest.
Yeah,
I was
like,
half expecting.
so yeah, I hop in the car. Well, let's get up the stairs and then hop in the car and get out of here.
Yeah. Midas actually speaks French. I want to hear you trying French with that accent.
Yeah, no, there's a reason why I haven't actually used any.
Understandable.
I think soiree would come out more as soiree.
Mm-hmm.
Through
I've
that.
I've heard that happen under those similar
No,
circumstances.
I'm pretty sure Midas can say soiree. That's not so difficult.
Yeah, he's American. He would pronounce it soiree. Except with that accent.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I like Fiesta. I think we should do, instead of soiree, we should go to Fiestas. There's no reason the French.
Just to sound like more fun,
You
less
want,
dry.
Sorry, fish.
you want to go to kitchen towels?
No, I want to go to the kind of parties that mean you need a lot of kitchen towels to clean up with afterwards.
Pretty much every party I've ever been to.
Yeah, fair. Okay. Right, we'll head back to the car and then directly back to the airfield.
Okay. Are you going to be driving at a safe speed, or are you going to be driving where I'm going to need you to make drive rolls?
You're gonna need me to make drive rolls on untrained.
There's no
Excellent.
seatbelts. Damn it. I hold on to the side of the car. I have the window down and I'm holding on to everything I can hold on to.
It's fine. I'm rolling a D4 -2. It's all good.
I sit in the back seat because it's safer back there.
The
Sorry?
question isn't if the car gets back, it's how much of the car gets back.
The car will be fine. I've got the D6 emergency die. It's good.
All of the car will get back. It may not all be
I
in the
demand that you use your chips if you almost crash.
If I crash, I will be using chips. Yes, don't worry. Oh, okay. Well, the D6 did nothing, but the D4 ironically came up as a 4. So I'll get back to you in a minute.
Well, you haven't crashed.
No, hang on.
Well, the fact that D4 came back as a 4, you haven't crashed.
So that's a total of 7 -2 for it being unskilled is 5.
Okay. You
Yeah.
make very good time back to the airstrip.
Cool. Right then. Yeah, I will return the car keys to the person who I forcibly borrowed the car from,
Meanwhile,
and then head to the radio tower.
Mithra is trying to pry her fingers one at a time from the car door.
So when you're handing the car keys back to the airport worker whose car it was, you are buzzed by an aircraft taking off.
Rude.
What's that?
I don't know, ma'am. Didn't see anyone come through. They certainly didn't report a takeoff.
Fabulous. I take it they did not use our plane to take off.
It definitely wasn't your plane. It was a single engine.
Good. Right. I'm assuming, therefore, that we were refueled while we were off. So, yeah, I think we had better leave now.
Wait, did we actually succeed in sabotaging their plane? Did they have a plane?
God.
We succeeded in sabotaging their plane, which is why they came and stole a plane.
Yes.
I think I'm going to swap a couple of words there because it's entirely possible that they were here because they just succeeded in sabotaging your plane.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Your plane is
We should check our plane.
everything's working, including the new clock someone has fitted to the down.
What's that mysterious ticking noise?
Oh, did you see the post from the head of GCHQ about the watches?
No.
There was a comment on putting your clocks back. He said, "Well, I've done the clock with the shark repellent in, and I've done the clock with the piano wire garrote, the watch with the piano wire garrote, but I can't seem to find my high explosive watch anywhere, which is a bit disconcerting because there's this ticking somewhere in my house."
Brilliant.
There was that incident like a few years back where someone's clock got confiscated for being a potential bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, anything with a lithium battery in it, a lithium-ion battery in it, is a potential bomb.
That's
Not an
true.
explosive bomb, but more of a fire bomb.
Yeah.
I saw a video of somebody's cell phone battery, like it just the way that it was in their pocket with some change
Hmm
just happened, and it looked like fireworks going
Yeah.
off. It was
This is why you're
wild.
not supposed to use your phone while it's charging, because that increases the battery temperature.
Oh.
There are safeties in place for most phones now, but they can still go wrong. And if it gets too hot, it will catch on fire.
It's
Yes.
it's basically that's when Samsung got shafted by their battery manufacturers.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they had all that trouble with it. It's the 7, wasn't it? Yeah, I have seen a lithium-ion battery with a nail dropped down onto it as part of the Christmas lectures a
Yeah.
few years back. It was talking about energy, and he demonstrated a sudden release of energy from a lithium battery. It's kind of this 5-foot high flame
Yep.
that just went straight up because they literally dropped a weighted nail onto this large lithium battery.
This has been a public service announcement for all of our viewership
Yeah,
to
when they
terrify you using anything ever again.
when they say
Don't use the uncased lithium ion cells there.
Yeah.
They're a
When they
nightmare.
say do
Woods
not
Make
damage,
do with banging rocks together.
yeah,
That's all
don't
we need.
damage your lithium batteries. Do not use your lithium batteries if they are damaged. It is not kidding. It is go boom time.
Wow.
And definitely don't sleep with your phone underneath your pillow while it's charging either, because that increases heat.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I sleep with mine right next to my head, but it's on my desk. So if it explodes, it'll burn my pillow first and then my head.
That's fine. But no,
It's okay,
fires,
it won't burn his head, it'll just set
Poor,
fire to his
poor
head.
Knight. Look at poor Knight in the corner, just patient.
No, that look was just a Robinson's comment. I was
yeah.
blown away. So, meanwhile, back at the plot.
Wait, there was a plot?
Oh.
Oh, back at the game then.
I'm having a really bad day. I am so
There
sorry.
is a plot. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that Mithra and Madonna are doing something related to the plot. What the rest of us are
Yeah,
up
the
to,
rest of
anyone
you sort of left the plot way left at the lights, and
This is why I like to run scenarios in one place, one small house.
I'm fulfilling my job as a distraction. Okay, I'm distracting people.
including the
Yeah,
GM.
Yeah, nobody
Simple,
told me I
but
shouldn't.
So, when you two take off,
Yeah.
in fact, before you take off, are you making any checks of the plane, or is it
Yes.
just a rush
Yeah.
and fly?
given that we sabotaged their plane, I just want to make sure that they did not do anything.
Return to
confused.
sender.
Okay, repair roll from both of you,
Fine.
please.
Oh. Right. So untrained.
Oh, right. So untrained.
I don't know anything about planes, but I'm just going to see if there's anything out of place.
I'm gonna use one of these nice little chips and re-roll.
It seems to run on some form of electricity.
Yeah. How do I get rid of all of my chips? I just drag
You
You
it
pick
throw-
up
throw
and
it-
drag it in there.
Yeah.
Done it.
How many times can we use a chip per roll?
That's a very good question.
Okay, that 4 exploded. Right.
Oh,
Okay.
thank God. Just roll.
Ironically.
Just roll at least a 2.
Oh, hang on. I'll keep going. I'm not
We're
quite
good.
so-
Never mind. I don't need to do any more chips.
9 minus 2 is 7.
Excellent. So, after a very, very thorough going over of the key components, you are certain that you have not been sabotaged.
Cool.
They don't even know that our plane is here.
I'm also in a 2-engine plane, so should be faster even with the time taken to search. Yep, I am going to take off then.
Okay.
Full speed ahead, like full speed.
And you can get on the radio and radio the bad debt.
Yep.
I'm going to be focused on flying as fast as I can and seeing if I can locate that plane.
What's the name of your plane?
Oh, God.
You don't remember?
Russian word
Dude,
that no one can pronounce.
You can't pronounce it. Just
Yeah.
while you're looking that up and taking a run up at it, the only time that you cannot spend a penny to re-roll repeatedly is if you hit a critical failure. When you hit a critical failure, that's end game. You can't re-roll that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't. My notes have gone.
Yeah. See, I don't. You know what? Maybe this game is haunted.
Yeah, there are no notes. There are no
Shit.
open, there are no private notes showing for me.
There's a note. My note is still there.
Yeah.
Are you sure you were taking notes in Fantasy Grounds, not somewhere else?
I don't-
Sure.
I was taking notes. I was taking notes somewhere, and Fantasy Ground could have been the only place because it's not sitting on my desktop where I keep everything. Because I'm a messy, crazy person.
My desktop is covered in Lucasade bottles.
Of course it is.
I'm just joking as well.
How many have you had tonight?
Blimey.
That's just what I have on hand, like. But then there's an arm's reach down here.
You're just gonna turn it into.
Wait, but those are empty. Do you have any full ones ready to go?
No, I just have this half-drunk one.
So you don't have an extra one on standby?
Good grief.
No.
Doesn't get to sleep until 6 a.m. Wonders why.
Yeah.
Can't imagine why. Yeah.
By the way, Drud, the name of your plane is in chat. I'm not going to try and pronounce it.
Ah.
Okay. Batter up.
Hey, Bad Debt, this is, I'm not going to pronounce the name of the plane. This is Mithra. Come in.
Hello, Mithra, this is Bad Debt. What's your status?
We are inbound at high speeds.
When the non-technical person has to use the radio.
Oh, yeah.
What's your
Look at
status?
that.
We are on a plane.
Right.
We are about 800 feet above the ground. Nope, now we're at. Anyway, is Merlin available?
Merlin is at a party.
Hold on. Madonna, Merlin is at the party.
You're now learning some Russian swear words.
I'm assuming Midas is also at the party. What about dang it,
Moody?
stupid M names.
Yeah.
What about the other one?
Monroe
what
is at the
my-
party as well.
Oh, God.
Is there anybody competent?
We
At
just have a
the-
skeleton crew here.
Where's Midas?
At the party.
Midas is at the
Ask for
party.
somebody competent.
All three of them are at the party.
Why are all three of them?
All four.
And-
of them at the
and
party.
most-
You can't
and
forget
apparently-
Armin.
Most of the crew is also at the party because they only got a skeleton crew. They probably lost some bet to have to stay and take care of the ship.
It's fine.
We could crash the party. Literally.
Please don't
Literally
crash
crashed into the party.
Round,
Yeah.
I can get 4 people in
We-
this place.
You guys keep running away from the plot. We will drag you into the plot.
If
Screaming
you
and
won't
burning.
come to the plot, we'll bring the plot to you.
Let's do the plot right here. Okay, I am going to divert then, and unless I can actually track that plane, I am going to divert to the landing strip where the racers are,
Okay.
and I am going to kidnap my crew.
My chance to flirt.
Oh,
Right, so it's going to take you a little while to get there.
No,
So-
you're gonna be successfully flirting.
I'm going to leave Midas because he's the distraction. That's what he's here for.
hang on, let me get this straight. We've just had a specific complaint that it is otherwise. So the next scene before you arrive, we now get to watch Mark flirt with my bikes.
Oh,
And
God,
we-
no, please stop. No.
Oh yeah,
Take it back. I said nothing.
this is beautiful.
Did someone complain that hadn't happened yet?
He clearly just complained about that. So
I don't know what you're talking about. I said nothing. You have no proof.
Somebody clip that.
I'm sure we can get someone that's watching to clip it for us.
Oh dear.
He's got the same colour as his tie.
Have I?
Yes.
Actually, I'm getting quite hot, so it might be that.
That's also known as higher blood pressure and embarrassment.
No, I think it's more the fact that this is like really
Ah.
heavy-duty fabric.
Yeah, fair enough.
yes, it's clearly that he's wearing a heavy-duty fabric as we approach winter in the United Kingdom.
In my room that has half a window.
Oh yeah, because you're in a real house, not like me, aren't you? Yours actually has heating.
Yeah. that's
Don't
true.
forget.
Only half a window?
Yes, this is a fake wall. This used to be the master bedroom. It was all
Oh.
one room, and
Oh.
the window was right in the middle, and that wall cuts it in half.
So you've actually got less windows than you should have. So the room should be lovely and warm.
Yeah, my room is really warm, and I'm wearing this.
Toasty! Toasty!
Fair enough.
Especially when my computer's going, because that thing
Yeah.
gets hot as well.
Yeah, true.
So, meanwhile, back at the party, now that we know that the Marquette is in flight and heading straight for the airstrip, keep in mind that you are about 50 odd miles away, so it's going to take a little while to.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've got to
I'm
launch,
making-
climb.
Yeah, I'm making use of any wind advantage I can take. Basically, I'm doing the piloting thing as good as she can pilot.
Is this a redline the engines, all the throttles against the stops, piloting roll to not completely flip out and have all those tremors that happen when you're pushing the plane, turn you into
Thank
burning wreckage on the floor?
Fortunately, this is her rolling a d10. Because this is kind of her best thing.
I'm putting on a parachute just in case.
It's on her parachute.
That speaks
Point
volumes about your confidence in the situation.
Look, I saw her driving on the ground, okay?
And that worked well as well.
It worked well. It was still terrifying.
That's fine. That's a 9.
Excellent. That's a raise. It's a nice flight. So back at the party, Merlin, you're in conversation with Jenny.
My drat just fades out of existence.
Let's
Just,
see.
I can't bear to witness this.
If you want, you guys can just skip the flirting and just go straight to the roles.
Yeah, exactly. Someone's going to make you actively flirt with someone.
Exactly. Yeah.
Flirt roleplay.
There's a reason why there are game mechanics in these.
Sadly, if this had been a few years back, I had as a joke with a bunch of my friends when I was at university, we wrote a whole bunch of scientific pickup lines.
Oh God! Oh no, you didn't.
Yeah.
No.
Well,
If there's any time to use them, now is
I
it.
had a full folder. Sadly, I don't have that folder anymore. But we had a full folder, and there was a whole bunch of really bad ones that were computer jokes as well.
Oh my word.
Oh goodness.
But we went through. We were just trying to think every random scientific thing we could come up with, and how we could make a pickup line based on it.
If you find that folder, send me a copy. It might come in useful.
It might be in my bag of university stuff still. I'll have to dig for it.
So in conversation with Jenny, she summons one of the waiters over to get you both a drink, and is very, very keen to talk about
It's the honey trap.
anything mechanical, flight aerodynamics, engine tunings. She clearly knows her stuff.
I've met my match. In 2 ways there.
Yeah.
I think you might actually be onto something.
It's Merlin being such a. Yes, this is when they try and. Would it be illicit or solicit from? In this one.
Soliciting is.
So this thing is very, very different.
When you're trying to get information from someone, I can't remember what
Illicit.
it is now.
Soliciting.
Illicit, okay.
Yeah, you elicit information. Soliciting can get you arrested.
Yes. I knew one of them was right and the other one was really wrong, but they sound so similar.
Yeah. 'Cause English is fun.
She's very, very keen on anything you've got to say on the subject. So where would you where would you direct that conversation? Where would your interests take the conversation of all things technologically speaking?
I guess this would depend on whether we want, or whether I would have Merlin big up his own self, or try and get information on their VTOLs first. Wow.
Now, what's Merlin like when it comes to blowing his own trumpet?
Well, he has overconfident as a trait, so I'd imagine rather than blowing his own trumpet, he's more just confident in. So I think it'd be more like if they asked him something, he'd be not blowing his own trumpet, but he wouldn't have any doubts in what he's saying in response. So I wouldn't say, because I mean, like my other character for Deadland System would blow his own trumpet, but I don't think Merlin would.
Okie dokie.
I think he'd be more interested in the VTOLs that he saw, so he'd be more talking about how he's not thought of that idea before.
While she's pumping him for information, he's trying to find out about how the VTOLs work from her.
Pretty much. So I'm trying to see how that sort of opposed role might actually work in this system, because I'm still very new to running in this system.
Cool. If my laptop falls off my lap, it's Mercury's fault because I moved it to my knees so that he'd have room.
But it seems like this should be an opposed persuasion roll.
Apparently, I have persuasion.
Excellent. Make me a persuasion roll.
Okay. I'm prepared to use thingies for this if it's possible. I got a very big number.
You did, didn't you? Bloody hell.
How many
Okay.
would that be? That would be 2 4s, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's a raise. You got a raise there.
Yeah.
Right. So, the conversation moves on, and whilst she is mechanically very adept and knows her stuff, she's not quite on your level. Once you start talking about the aircraft that her squadron has, she can go into the mechanics around the engines, but not how not the physics behind how the VTOL part works. She can take them apart, she can put them back together, but she can't tell you how they work.
Fair enough. It's normally what you'd expect from someone who fixes things rather than makes them.
Apparently, someone in the crew called Viv is the one that would know more about that.
You now need to go flirt with a second engineer
Bold of you to assume that
and have two engineers hanging off your every word while you're chatting about things, while Midas is still sitting there without anyone.
Which is what he deserves, to be fair. But
I mean,
oh.
until Midas finds someone exactly like him.
Yeah, I mean, if he
Female
if he
Midas
finds,
just terrifies
yeah.
me on multiple levels.
it'd be
Yeah.
perfect though. It'd be amazing.
But throughout the conversation, she's very polite and very attentive to what you're saying. It sounds like she's learnt a few things about what you've said to her. And as the conversation finishes and she heads back to the rest of her unit, it crosses your mind that actually you were probably just as well to have been as guarded as you were, given that you didn't say anything about the radar project. Because that might well have been something she was actually fishing for.
I wouldn't have said that
Interesting.
anyway, though, because that's like I've already had that technology stolen off me once in my backstory. So that's something to look out for. Like, you don't make that mistake twice.
Have it stolen a couple of times. You don't make that mistake twice. Or 3 times, apparently.
Monroe. The folks you've been talking to seem to be a fairly cohesive bunch, despite the fact that their mechanics for different pilots are all going to be competing. They're very much
Cool.
we fix our pilot stuff, but we'll muck in together and drink together, and you end up having a really good conversation with all of them.
Yay!
The men and the women alike. There's a very big sense of camaraderie amongst the techies, amongst the grease monkeys. And
Fist bump.
one of them complains heinously about their pilot. Pays them well. Is an absolute slave driver, and is now paranoid as hell that the mechanic is trying to do him over.
What's the name of the pilot?
Abelard.
Yeah, I don't think Moody's been there when any of this stuff has gone on with. I don't think she paid attention to Midas, but
No, I don't think so either.
I'll just kind of,
Yeah, I don't think Moody was there for any of the Abelard conversations.
yeah. Like, yeah, bad bosses. I've had a few, but you learn to work around it and do the job, even if the higher ups get in the way of it.
Yeah, I've taken a check in everything twice now, just to be doubly sure. Because every time he goes up now, he swears something else has gone wrong, something else has been tampered with. And I swear, every time I leave that plane, it's in pristine heckin' condition.
What kind of plane? Tell me.
It's a Dawson Dagger.
Oh, okay.
It's a real fast race plane, and I've got it tuned like you wouldn't believe. That thing is slicker than ice off a shovel.
And you said that he's now thinking that you are responsible for the tampering because you're the one that's working on it and making it perfect before it goes into the sky.
Yeah. And when it comes back, sure enough, it comes back and the dizzy's been messed with, or there's corrosion on the fuel lines, or I don't know what he does to him up there. I really don't.
Something happens to it in between you fixing it to perfect condition. You think he's done something to it in the sky?
What else can there be? I mean, he brings it down. I fix it up. He takes it up in the sky. It comes down wrecked.
And there's no time in between when you fix it and when he flies?
Yeah, of course there is. Yeah, it's...
All right. Well, I mean, you know, my area of expertise is security. So anytime you leave, there's like a little thing in the back of her head. Anytime you leave the plane that you're supposed to be watching unattended momentarily, something can happen. It doesn't take a whole lot with some of these planes for something to go wrong. And people don't have to know a ton to get in there and mess with it. So how long do you think you're leaving the plane unattended in between?
God, I don't know. It's his plane. I fix it up. I leave it on the apron. I'm not in charge of any security. I don't do any security. I fix the plane. But he still blames me. It's his plane. He should look after it. But he still blames me.
Sounds like your outfit needs better security. If there's evidence that something's happening to the plane.
You work in security, you say?
I do.
Could we hire you? Could I hire you to look out, at least to cover my ass?
I mean, I'd have to talk to my employers to see if there's time for me to split my time in between what I'm watching and what I'd be watching for you. But I mean, this sounds like something.
Could you at least keep an eye out? I mean, I'm guessing you're here with one of the crews that's racing. Could you at least keep an eye out?
Absolutely, yeah. I can.
Yeah, there's...
Can't be in two places at once, obviously. But if you tell me where that plane is going to be, I can keep an eye out.
Yeah, well, there's only 2 Dawsons out on the field. One's with some hotshot American fly guy with the bad debt, I think it's called, and the other one's my boss.
Yeah, that's the one I'm supposed to. I mean, I'm not actually supposed to be watching over that dagger, but you know, it kind of it matters that the rest of the crew is safe as well with what I'm watching over. So I'll have an eye out there for the daggers.
Thank you. I appreciate that, really, because I'm getting to the point where I'm going to give him the spanner and tell him to fix his own damn plane.
I wouldn't blame you. It sounds like he's a bit of a pain, especially if he's not. He knows that something keeps going wrong with it, and he's not watching out for it.
Yeah, it's not always the same thing. It's different every damn time.
How often is this happening? Is this every day?
Every time he's taken it out in the last 3 weeks.
Okay.
Now he doesn't fly every day. And this coming race series, they're flying like every other day. So.
And did that start before you got to the racing grounds then?
Oh God, yeah.
It did. Well, that's interesting to know. So it had to be somebody with your crew.
Yep. But it didn't happen on the flight we came in on. I was curled up behind his bloody pilot seat on the flight down here. Flew sweet as a nut on the journey down. It's like someone's trying to frame me for messing with his plane.
Sounds like you're doing your job. And that's all you can do at the end of the day is do your job. But I'll see if I can cover your back on some of the other stuff.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Raise a glass.
As soon as you say that, they all do. They were all listening in.
Yeah. Yay, cheers.
And there's definitely a couple of cries. Yeah, we'll keep an eye out too.
Hey, Jory.
Very interesting. Yes.
Jory, I have a question for you. Do you realize the irony of telling someone not to leave things unattended? That's where the security risks are.
I literally, as as I was saying, like I said, something in the back of her mind is like, there's a little tickle of maybe I'm doing something.
Where's Merlin right
here.
now? Where's the boat train?
Yeah, and actually, that conversation might cause her to kind of do a little glance around, like, so where is that guy that I was supposed to be watching? Kind of. Can I still see Merlin from where I am?
Yeah, you can still see him. Chances are he's just about finishing his conversation with the English woman.
Okay.
And
Which might make me a little bit like I might go over there and just kind of
So this is how it ends, is it? Just someone, the third wheel appears.
yeah, I mean they're rival. They're a rival team. They are also foreign, which
Well, they're not foreign for me.
No, not for you, but I'm guessing that as
They are potential much
somebody who is
cooler
security
employers.
minded, so somebody who's security minded might have extra reason to want to go over there and monitor the situation. Not, and I want to point out, not because foreign people are automatically suspicious, but Moody's not the best person. I would automatically assume that they are.
All foreign people are automatically suspicious.
Oh God, we're going down a rabbit hole.
I mean,
you might want to think about that one, Robinson.
That makes for 6 very suspicious characters on this stream.
Yeah, well, she's I'm kind of playing her as like a typical security person, if that makes sense, who's looking for reasons why people are other and suspicious. Does that make sense?
I'm still trying to get over the everybody phone is potentially untrustworthy to the Ukrainian flight captain.
Oh yeah, that's true, huh? I forgot
And
about
the weird
that.
thing about her having that attitude is she's not even British.
Yeah, I know. Well, it is an alternate universe.
It is an alternate universe, yes.
It is, you know, they may have picked up the attitude a bit sooner. What do you want?
So, with conversations having happened, Fish, Midas was taking more of a social stance, I gather. So, social conversations tend to be far more banal and probably quite boring for Midas.
He tries to steer all of them around to flying and his exploits, though.
Not that difficult given the setting.
Yeah, precisely. It's basically just going to spend the evening getting pleasantly drunk and showing off about things that he's done, including, probably more than once, that afternoon's flight with Pepperdew.
Excellent. Would you care to make me a performance roll, please?
As a matter of fact, I would. That's an 8.
Excellent. Well, that's the number of people that are probably going to be backing you when the gambling starts. An excellent performance. You've certainly won some fans over.
That's what it's all about.
So, back in the maquette. Terracing across the skies.
There's no need to stand quite so close to back wall. Oh, sorry. I could slow down and you could peel yourself away from it. He's just pinned up against the wall. He's just gaffer taped himself to a flat surface.
But they can't jump out.
If it crashes and the plane comes apart, you won't need to jump out. It'll just kind of dispense him.
Oh God!
Excuse me.
I can't remember what the worst one I came up with was. It was a joke on hard drives. I remember that much. And they refused to let me add it to the folder.
That was fantastic. I'm sorry.
And don't worry, you've not. It's not complicating the game at all.
That was awesome.
It's perfect. It's perfectly in character
Yeah.
and it's perfectly understandable, and no offense is taken in any direction.
Okay.
But I do think it's fun.
I'm really taking it to heart, the thing about like whatever your impulse would be, do the opposite.
Oh yeah.
I'm really trying to take
That's
it.
good. That's the
it's
point
a
of playing a
good-
character. You are playing someone that is not you.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a really good way. If it is someone who is totally different to you,
Yeah.
it is a really good way of at least getting the big shapes down. And then once you've sorted
Mhm.
out that,
Yeah.
then you can refine it a bit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've only ever played characters that were like basically like take one aspect of my personality and just turn the volume up on it.
Yeah.
And so playing a character who's actually like totally different
Mm.
is requiring a lot of thought.
My one attempt at doing a character that was totally different from me didn't last very long.
Mm.
Yeah.
I was terrible at it.
I really do need to try and play a character like Midas sometime, but I would not be able to do it very well.
See, that's
The
the
trick
thing.
is to
It's
start
hard.
small. You change things a little bit, and then on the
Mhm.
next time you change it a little bit more, and on the next one you change it a little bit more.
Mm.
And on different characters, you bring in different aspects that you don't normally do. And
Nice.
eventually, after like me, you've been playing for years.
Yeah.
You can shove them all in one character, and away you go.
And there you've got Midas.
Yes.
I was gonna say, away you go in your dagger plane.
You start with someone like Skull.
Amazing.
So
Mm.
Or Gawain,
Scarlet Martinez
actually.
is a lot of fun. I enjoyed playing Scarlet Martinez a great deal. But the thing with Scarlet was that the problem was that he was always talking very, very quickly all the time. So whenever I was playing Scarlet, I had to constantly be thinking about 12 sentences ahead of where I actually was, so that I didn't run out of speech. I did run out of air. I ran out of air all the time when I was playing Scarlet, but I didn't run out of speech necessarily because I was always thinking ahead.
How
Thank you,
the
Fish.
hell do you talk this fast ever?
I love Skull.
Scarlet
was
Martinez
Scarlet
was fun. I was never in a game with him. I've just heard the stories told, and every time he tells the stories, Fish defaults to the voice and the mode of speech, and it's just hilarious. It's brilliant.
It's
I
just
love
slightly
it.
worrying. He is literally based on Speedy Gonzalez.
It's a combination.
Oh!
It's basically it's kind of Speedy Gonzalez, and the rest of the character is obviously Inigo Montoya. He was even down to the "You killed my father, prepare to die." He was hunting for his father across the whole of the Forgotten Realm.
Well, Father's Killer, yes.
His father's killer, rather. Yeah.
Well, maybe his father was his father's killer.
No, he found
Oh,
Father's
no.
Killer and then probably got gated somewhere else.
Yes, that was very annoying.
Yes.
So
Okay. So yes, we will be coming into land as soon as practical. I will obviously do the standard radio head to Control Tower because I'm not a complete git weasel, but that's as much reflex as anything else. And am I going to need a piloting check in order to
land,
get
nope.
down? Okay.
Right.
Right.
But from the skeleton crew aboard the airship, do you want a runner sent across to extract everyone from the party?
No, because we're actually landing on the ground.
Okay.
And to be honest, I'll be able to. I'm just going to go in and I'm going to grab them by the ears and just drag them back to my
Fair
cat,
enough.
and then I can ferry them back up, and we can take the seaplane from the Bad Debt.
Well, wait. Here's the thing, though. Are we getting a bigger plane? Because I thought yours was only how many goes yours? Seat 4?
4.
4?
We don't need Midas.
Oh, okay.
that came out Not actually what I meant.
But it was said.
Midas is specifically there as a distraction tactic. If he's still
Also-
functioning as a distraction tactic, it's silly to take him away from that.
Taking
You're
your
right. You're right.
You lures everybody who's been distracted in your
Yeah.
direction.
Yeah, so no, I was just thinking we don't need to take Midas with us. It's just that I cut that sentence off way too
But
short.
also,
But I think you did it perfectly.
we don't need Midas because in any situation we end up over there, he's going to either be complaining or getting in our way and being loud and obnoxious.
You
Well,
sound like
that's
it's
a
a
problem.
thing.
That's no problem. He is good in play.
Exactly. He's great where he is. He's doing exactly what he needs to.
Yes, and besides, if anything goes wrong, that gives him dagger. Okay. So, yeah, he's our backup. Just think about this plan. Midas is our backup.
It's doomed.
That means that we have to succeed immediately and hope for no rescue.
Well, yeah, you can't put up with the idea of him talking about it for the next 6 months.
Oh, that's what we need to leave a note for Midas when he gets back to the ship. These are the coordinates that we went to. If you don't rescue us, you won't have something to brag about.
Incentive. Okay.
There we go. That's what we do to get in there. Oh no. What does this mean?
And I just heard that in his voice as well.
So,
Oh,
I'm sure we've mentioned it before. There is a free podcast audiobook called Death by Cliche, written by Robert J. Defendi, who also wrote the most recent version of the Space Master RPG, tabletop RPG.
Yeah.
And in that, there is who's referred to by the main character at one point as exposition guy. It's the old guy who walks into going doom, and he just has this long speech of which a part of it is doom for the kiddies, doom for the puppies, doom for mothers and babies. It's just
Wow.
a wonderful rant.
Yeah. Yeah. And the guy loops. Right. Yes. Landing and then striding to wherever the party is.
Okay. You're coming down to land on the airstrip.
Mhm.
Two things are starting to become one thing becomes abundantly clear, one thing happens.
Mm.
The mist fog is rolling in.
Yeah. it
It's
was
getting
fog
thicker
all
and
the time.
deeper.
Yeah.
The pirates are with it.
Great.
Do we hear that foghorn again?
Yep, and you've been hearing it all the way.
Yeah.
Oh
I've been
God.
ignoring it.
The other thing, maybe half a mile beyond the airfield, there's an explosion.
What's my visibility?
It's getting misty, not perfect.
Okay. I'm gonna have to land because I can't do anything in the play. Actually, it's only half a mile. I'm gonna go for a low-level flyby in thick fog. And
It's not
see
thick
if
yet, it's just getting thicker.
thickening fog. Then
And
needs
people
stirring a
criticise
bit
Midas.
longer. Yeah, I'm gonna do a Midas in the maquette.
No, I don't think you are going to do a Midas in the maquette. You'll probably be the right way up.
I was actually thinking of strapping in and flipping to
You
get a
can see
better
much
view.
better if you're that way round, because your cockpit looks that way.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking actually, quite sincerely.
If you were thinking,
Yeah.
don't dream it, be it.
Okay.
And pilot roll, please.
And strap in. If you're not already strapped in, strap in.
Oh no, I immediately strapped in. Also, we need to take we need to get the gear and probably get the we can't just leave in the Marquette. We need the boat plane.
Yes, we're going to get the boat plane. But
Okay,
we need
wait,
to
the
pick up
fog is
people
interfering.
from the ground first,
Right.
and then go back to the bad
I
deck.
thought we already grabbed the people.
No,
No,
you
we
haven't
haven't
landed yet.
Haven't landed
Oh
yet.
Jesus.
This is as you're approaching the airstrip.
Oh no, I was already strapped in.
No,
like
no, so now I'm going to flip the plane over the explosion to see. I'm only doing this once. Keep your eyes open.
well, you won't let me smoke a pipe in here, so obviously I'm gonna be looking.
Okay. That secretary was very no. Okay. Here we go. I am prepared to spend chips.
This is good to know.
Oh, I don't need to. Okay, fine. Well, if you're going to pull something out of the bag, $34.
Holy hell. So, Not that there's anyone outside to see this, which is the heartbreaking thing about this.
Yeah.
Flying low across the airstrip, the gear comes down. The gear comes back up. The maquette flips over as it exits the airstrip, flying straight over the target area, and then does an outside half loop to correct after the fly past of the target area. And what you see is the wreckage of an aircraft.
Okay.
The only thing you can really identify from your single fly past is that it was a single engine.
Oh God. Does the mass look roughly right for a dagger?
No.
Okay. So I'm trying to get something. Okay. Right, I'm going to loop back to the airfield and re-engage Plan A, which is basically, yes, stride up and steal Moody and Midas and Merlin.
Okay. So, Madonna enters the soiree, still decked out, ready for flying, not decked out at all for an evening soiree. It's one of those Western moments where the double doors flick-flack, everything goes silent, and everyone goes to look at the doors. Because everyone's looking at you, Madonna.
To add to the effect, I still have the stick I picked up, and it's on my shoulder, and I'm standing behind you.
With a
But I'm also
branch.
smoking my pipe because I'm not in the fucking plane anymore at the moment.
Film Midas in. She will sotto voce tell you to film Midas in, and then she is striding into the room, all 6 foot of her in knee-high flight boots and leather Russian flying suit, with absolutely no time for this relaxation lark.
Midas will turn to his companion and say, I'm really sorry for this interruption. My associates are good at what they do, but really they shouldn't be allowed in polite society.
They've got no class.
Okay, do I need a notice check to spot Moody and Merlin,
Um,
and not Moody and Mars?
no. Unlike me, you recognise faces well enough to be able to pick them out of a crowd, so that's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
If you want to notice anything about the people around them, then yes, we'll have a notice roll. But if you're just beelining it, no, it's like, okay, that's
I'm beelining. We're on the clock.
okay.
It's like a scene where it's just someone's pulling their kid out of a situation. It's just back of the car.
Yeah.
Grabbed by the ear. Come on.
Yep. I have described you as party mum before.
You
This
don't need that.
Very much. Moody, come with me
Oh,
now.
hi. Okay.
We've got things to do.
As I said, if
And
you
also,
can-
I grabbed a plate of hors d'oeuvres on our way out.
Okay, as I said, while she's grabbing the other two, if you can just clue Midas in on the general outline of what's gone
Oh, yeah.
on.
I'll do that, and I'm going to grab you and me dinner, which is hors d'oeuvres, because they've obviously eaten. We haven't eaten for
That's true.
3 hours now.
Yeah.
And then some.
And I think you lost your dinner somewhere about 2 miles out. So, the other reason I flipped.
Do you really want to be
And,
cleaning that out of an aircraft again?
Oh.
And yeah, and basically, yes, I will take you by the elbow and escort you, since you have clearly been drinking, over to Merlin, who I will take by the upper arm.
Mhm. So we're just like on either side of you, like kids, like, oh, what do we do?
Yeah, you're fine, but Merlin is getting the arm lifted slightly, so it actually puts a pain hold on the shoulder. So he's coming with me.
I feel like I should be the one that gets more of the brunt of this. Oh dear.
This is abuse.
I was so happy when I got taught that in dagger work. It's a jiu-jitsu hold. And it's just if you're vertical and then you push upwards, then it really hurts because I had it done to me.
Oh.
And that's how you control the situation, because somebody will do pretty much anything to not be having that happen to them. They will follow along quite happily. And I figure with that level of fighting that she's got, she's not bad.
So,
So-
Shard, what is the brief that is being given to Midas, please?
Yeah.
Try not to have too much fun. Don't want you to be hungover. In case we need help, we need you to fly and find us. So at least maintain some level of sobriety, but also have a good time.
That's not
And
what
take
I
care of the
wanted to do.
And this is why I asked specifically for the handover.
Oh, for God's sake.
I don't want to criticize at all, but it's a big country. Can I have a clue where I might find you?
Yeah, I'm leaving the coordinates. I am giving you the coordinates. I've written them down and handing them to you.
A place. Cool.
3 places. That's 3 sets of coordinates you've been given.
Right, 3 sets.
It's one of
Yeah.
these two.
I'm assuming that this may be a triangulation deal.
If we're not there, we're dead.
It says inside
So,
planes and ships go mysteriously disappearing. I think that's probably what it is.
Yeah.
it's possible. We're going to check out each of these coordinates and then probably look for something more near the center. This is the last coordinates in the journal of the person that was researching this lost ship that we're after, the Water Witch.
Yes.
So it's possible that it's within that particular triangle. We should be in radio contact ish, but that's where we're going to be. Otherwise, you're going to have to find us on your own once you get to those coordinates.
Okay, great. You have fun with that.
Unless you want to get dirty. I'm sure you want to go diving for a ship.
I'm doing some very important schmoozing right now.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Carry on.
As they are leaving, Midas will turn to the British contingent again. Say, hey, if I learn to talk proper, do you got any positions open?
It's like I was going to say something really similar. Because I was about to say, once I've done this, can I sign up with you instead and hand over a business?
The eldest of the Brits looks you straight in the eye. For you, sir, no. For your mechanic, however, we could negotiate.
See, this is what compatriots are for.
Fine.
You know, Merlin's only saying this because he's being dragged off like because he was doing what he wasn't supposed to do. He left the ship.
I wasn't told to stay on the ship. I was told to just not use my plane to follow the other planes.
Always great to be appreciated. I'm going to enjoy beating those guys.
He turns back round. I heard that. Do
That's
be
true, I
aware,
am.
the court wouldn't be complete without a Merlin.
Oh, hello.
Oh God, they have an Arthur. Ah,
I'm talking to, almost certainly.
Well, see, there you go.
they're trying to snipe our freaking technologists.
Yep.
These motherfuckers are gonna die.
Thing is, I was raised in a law-abiding family. I tend to stay out of court where possible.
Yes.
That's a good one.
You
I
caught
like that
disaster
one.
fit well enough.
I just think Merlin's ego. Sorry, I
That's a
just
good
think
one. I like
Midas's ego. I think
gonna use
Midas's ego is a good defense against people sniding and attempting to recruit him for dodgy purposes.
Midas's ego is a defense against anything that is not what he wants to do, which is
Exactly.
fly and fly better than everyone.
Exactly.
The only
Merlin,
way you
however,
can get to Midas is to outfly him. I don't
Merlin,
think anything else will
however,
ever work.
occasionally emerges blinking into the sunlight. Doesn't understand how manipulative bad people can be.
And then and not understanding can't be manipulated because he doesn't understand.
Oh, can be manipulated. Can
Oh,
be
really?
very
I don't know.
manipulated, yeah. And therefore needs looking after.
One of my favorite novels comedy novels is a misunderstanding novel, where the
Uh-huh.
main character is like one of those cheat characters that has all the superpowers, but they don't realize it. They're
Okay.
completely oblivious to the fact that they just break all laws of physics, and everyone's trying to manipulate them into doing things, and they just think everything happens to work out by coincidence.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
that's cute.
It's just a really amusing story as like things just sort of line up in such a way that they completely misunderstand everything that progressed, like
Brilliant.
solving a
Aw.
hostage situation, but thinking like they just happens to accidentally do something and then the police
Oh.
solve the rest.
So,
See, that,
Related to
Instant
the-
adopt button press on that.
that specifically sounds like the power of Kismet.
So,
Because
Fish,
that's how Kismet works. Everything just falls in line specifically. Well, there's disaster going on, but for you, everything is just working out, and it looks like you are. Yeah, it's a weird thing.
Cool.
okay.
Fish, can I have a notice roll, please, from Midas?
A notice roll.
So,
He's too busy schmoozing.
Madonna heads out
Apparently not.
with.
You know how I said you couldn't spend a penny on a critical failure?
Oh no, you
No.
didn't.
Double one.
Oh my god, Fish.
I'm
Wow.
glad it's on. I'm glad it's on notice and not something that would get you actually killed.
Yeah, at least it's not while I'm flying. Yeah.
Unless
Yeah.
it's spotting the guy coming up behind you with a kosh.
Oh no!
He did say he was too busy schmoozing. The dice
Yeah.
prove it.
The dice
Definitely.
know.
Okay, so
Well done. Your fish dice come
My
through.
dice. What can you do?
you've
Sorry.
dragged Monroe and Merlin out of the party. What's the plan from here?
We are going back to
Releasing
the
my arm.
bad debt.
Getting equipment.
We are loading up with the diving gear and the. Sorry. OneDrive just decided to open on me and is obscuring everything else and won't go away. Go
No worries.
away. No idea why. And yeah, we'll head back up, get the seaplane and the diving gear, and we're
We
gonna-
should also get some extra weapons and extra equipment because we know there's an opposition.
Oh yeah, we're going armed.
I'd like
Okay.
to point out that
So-
I developed radar, not sonar.
At that.
Do we want to bring a second airship with us, or do we think that we're not going to be able to land
I don't
anything
trust
else?
anybody else here.
Okay,
Oh, do you mean airplane?
that's what I meant.
Yeah, so it's an airship.
If
I
we
was
want to
thinking-
bring one of ours to basically fly,
I don't reckon there's going to be.
Okay, now I've put that in chat instead of saying it so as not to disrupt the game.
yeah, except it still disrupted us. It immediately disrupted.
I don't think there's likely to be land. Although, much though I would like to bring the maquette, I don't think we're going to have a landing strip. I don't think we're going to have landing area.
In terms of bringing anything, if we
Yeah.
bring, is it possible to bring the gyroscope? Is gyrocopter?
I need something solid to land on.
Does it need to land? Can't it stay airborne for a while? I'm thinking more in terms of communication back here.
What's the fuel rating on? What's the time in the air for the gyro?
You'll have a longer range on the maquette.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, that's what I'm
The
thinking.
gyrocopter doesn't have a huge range. It's fairly small.
No.
It's basically an air taxi.
Okay.
Um,
I was just thinking of an antenna in the sky and something that can watch us from above.
yeah, unfortunately, I think we may be slightly scuppered on that.
That's fine.
So what's the plan as far as getting aboard and getting off again? Because to launch, the airship needs to be moving.
Yeah,
To recover, the airship needs to be moving.
Yeah.
You can get on board the airship without it moving because it's currently moored.
Yeah.
So as far as getting aboard and getting kitted, do you intend to put the maquette on the apron and manually board the airship and then get your kit while the crew's unmooring? Or should the crew already be moving so that you can get into the maquette, take off, board the airship, and
Yeah.
then switch aircraft?
yes.
That last option. Yeah.
Yeah, the latter, very much. Yeah, I'll ask that. All they need to do is a slow circuit.
It only just occurred to me, but for the seaplane, is the radar actually the huge dish thing that they used to have on top of the old aircraft carrier search planes?
Talking about AWACS.
Yes.
They had like the UFO type thing that was sort of just
Oh, the
strapped
Nimrod.
to the top of the plane. Didn't
If I'd thought about sticking an AWAC dish on top, yes, I
Yeah.
probably should have.
Also, when it comes to radar, it has to spin, doesn't it? There's a thing that spins. Those really
Okay.
big.
Those dishes have the rotating arm inside.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
I should have put an AWACS dish on it, but the picture that I showed didn't have that because when I built it in simple planes, it didn't occur to me.
Essentially, yeah.
Mm.
Essentially, the point of the spinning is to give you the 360
Yeah.
degree.
Mhm. Yep.
Without that, you've kind of got a limited, probably a cone.
Though when you're traveling really fast, and if you only have the cone, you can see farther ahead constantly versus what's behind you.
Yes, you can't
Hmm.
see what's coming up behind you without that dish.
So you just need two. You need one in front and one in back.
they used to side?
Workable tactic.
But that's what the new spherical ones have, don't they? Because they have
Yeah.
one just basically on every single possible angle rather than
Yeah.
spinning.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a time involved in getting all that sorted.
hmm
So we'll fast forward through that time to you now being launched in the flying boat.
Go, go.
Who is flying? And what are the other people doing, if anything?
Unless someone's specifically better at it than me.
Bye,
maybe.
Sarah. Thank you. Okay.
Have you
Sorry.
flown the flying boat before?
In game, actually on screen, no. I suspect she probably has, though, just to familiarize herself with it.
There's two people that have actually flown it in game, and that is Merlin and Mithra.
Mm-hmm.
Merlin got a free pass for flying it because he's flown it before, because he's
Yeah.
part of the whole team that
I'm
built
going
it.
to assume in a situation where we're chasing someone down,
Right.
I'm going to be operating radar.
So,
So-
in terms of pilot skill, though, for roles, I think
I think I'm going to be needing pilot rolls off Drut to launch, maneuver, land, recover.
Fine.
Because
I'm
this is
only
your
a
first time
D10.
on screen flying it.
I'm rolling a d10 and I've got 5.
Yeah. you're rolling a d10. That's way better than me. So,
I'm not too worried about this.
Yeah. So
Okay, take off.
the first 2 flights, which is what I did with Mithra, I want rolls. Once you've had your first 2 flights, then you're acclimatized and can fly it like any other vessel,
No worries.
aircraft.
Okay, so taking off without actually spacking through the side of the airship.
it's an airship. It's fine. You won't hurt
Let's
anything.
do a full briefing for this anyway, because so far all that's happened is I've been dragged out of the party.
So I didn't catch that, Draw. What did you say? Cool, that's fine. So you're now airborne.
Yeah.
You've got three sets of coordinates.
Mm-hmm.
Which one are you heading to first?
I'm gonna head to the second one.
Okay, where's my map? Right. And
I'm also keeping an eye on the time, by the way.
I am keeping an eye on the time, yes. Yep, we're good for a little bit longer. Right, sorry. Cover again which of the
The middle coordinate.
middle coordinate? Okay. Perfect. Right.
Coordinate.
Now let's see if I can remember how to do this annotating a drawing thing. Oh God, I should get a tablet for doing this. Right, sharing. Okay, you should now all have a map suddenly explode onto your screen
Loaded.
Whoa!
It's very blue.
with a mark around
Look at
Yeah.
all that ocean.
where
Look at all those buoys.
spot
And
the
now
person that
Koi
dug up a
versus Louis.
nautical map of the area.
Yeah. This is it.
So a very, very badly drawn mark around where the middle marker is.
That looks like
No,
a
it's-
submarine.
You know, it's possible to add a
Over on
circular
the
pointer
right.
in Fantasy Grounds.
I haven't worked that out yet, I'm afraid.
I'm not sure. Oh, okay, badly drawn. There we go. Thanks.
Right.
Sorry. Badly drawn is how I found it.
Okay.
It looks like a little submarine sending off
There we go. Thank
sonar
you.
waves.
Doo, doo, doo. Wait, this is one of the first coordinates?
This is the middle of the 3 sets of coordinates.
Okay.
I thought I would check that.
And the other submarine things, the other coordinates.
So is that a light ship or something?
In the modern world, yes, that is a light ship.
Okay.
But it
I
seemed
have a license for reading this type of map, but I can't read it at all.
He hasn't got a clue.
If these are coordinates for the Water Witch, is anyone else concerned that it was supposedly sunk in a river up in the continent, and we're dealing with coordinates out in the middle of
the sea.
the bay, the sea?
Slow down river, right?
Wow, Belfast
No,
has moved
this is-
quite
this
far,
is-
hasn't it?
This is way far out from the estuary of the river.
Right, if I shrink this
Which
down a
river
little
was
bit.
it? Did it allegedly sink in?
So that gets
Was it the
sorry,
Cheyenne?
What river was it allegedly sunk on?
allegedly, it was sunk. I'm trying to find on the map because this is a different map to where I had the river marked.
Fair enough.
It's basically a river 60 miles. Do you see where Darien is marked on the map? Down in the bottom left.
Yes, yes.
So about 60 miles north of that
Okay.
is the river that it's sunk on.
Okay.
So
So the one right there above Dobie Sound.
about that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a hell of a distance to limp.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. But hey, we've got 3 coordinates to look at. What?
Yeah.
Where's the second coordinate show up on here on the map?
So the middle one is the second one. So
So the first.
right, how do I draw circles on this map? Because I want to get this.
Okay. The one that I used, I went right-click to get the radial menu on the map,
Yep.
went to pointers, and then I just used a small burst, which gives you
I don't have that.
not quite a circle, but
Yeah, I do. Third one round from the bottom.
Oh, there we go. Yep, got it.
and then it's a drag out from the center to
Yep. That should have put.
there we go. Yeah, there we
We have another.
And you can, if you want to move it after it's in place, you can click on the center when you mouse over
Ah,
it.
cool.
Hit the center, you can click and drag on that to move it around.
Nice.
Cool.
And then the third one is there.
Oh,
Those are your 3 coordinates.
That one doesn't have a little submarine.
okay. No, I mean this is a modern map, so that's not necessarily.
Interesting.
Yeah, for some reason I couldn't find a nautical map from the 30s.
Can I,
It's not-
since we're flying out there together and there's time for us to fly and looking at these coordinates, can I make, would it be academics or research? I think it would probably be academics in terms of triangulating where the center point of those 3 coordinates would be.
Yeah, it's going to be academics, isn't it? 'Cause
Yep, that's an academic thing.
I did it.
Pure academics.
Just to give us another spot, just in case these ones don't pan out.
And we won't talk about the fact that finding the center of a triangle is virtually impossible.
I mean, look, we're playing an RPG, which means it is possible. Screw your logic.
Well, no, it is entirely possible to find the center of a triangle. It's really easy. It's just that it's not always going to be the same center.
Oh yeah, definitely not.
Mm.
Yeah,
It is
that's
not-
Why, that's why you make another triangle inside your triangle.
And you
then
keep
just
going.
have a smaller triangle that's easier to work from.
Sorry, I apologise for drawing on the map.
That's fine. It's a map that you can do what you need with.
Oh no, I closed it. Where's the map located? Is it in images?
If you go to images,
click
it's simply
images.
called nautical map.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a whole. If you've got a whole list of things in images, which you may have if you've got the books open, then use the drop down to select uncategorized, and that will restrict you to pretty much just the stuff that Knight has added.
Oh, okay, cool. That's helpful.
Get all of the artwork from the rule books if you've got the rule books
So
loaded.
Drat is now bisecting
Yes.
each.
So yeah, I
Right.
rolled a 5.
Okay.
This is a very scientifically accurate way of.
This actually, the rule of thumb, you would be surprised.
Honestly, this is a very scientific way to do geometry.
Pythagoras would be proud.
Mate,
And
I-
Pythagoras was also a philosopher.
What would Pythagoras? I mean, Euclid might have something to say about it.
Yes.
I'm working on you bisect the angle and you bisect the line, which will, and if you cross all 3 of those, that will give you a rough point.
Could be roughly there, yeah.
I
So
think.
basically, that's roughly where you're looking.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm assuming, Sherd?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's basically what I'm looking for is that coordinate for just in case these 3 other coordinates were specifically hiding this because I don't know. This whole thing has been weird and someone else is looking for this and knows about it, so they might be looking. This is a freaking treasure hunt, and also we've got this creepy fog pulling in. I'm a rational doctor, except when I'm not.
Okay. And the fog is getting thicker.
Yeah, great.
Given that you're launching from Darien, which
Yeah.
you can see down in the bottom left of the map. That's your airstrip. That's where the races start from.
Yeah.
So in flying to
Someone
the middle one
fly-
initially, you'll fly over the third point,
Yeah.
and along this route, about here, he says,
Okay.
drawing in another thing. Now I found out I'm going to drop these things everywhere. I think they're brilliant. About here, along the route to that point,
Yeah.
in the fog at about sea level, you can see something.
Okay. I am going to need a piloting check because this is going to be interesting judging my elevation as I fly down to have a look. Or rather, they can have a look. I'm just going to concentrate on not sticking it in the drink.
Hey, if
Please
you do,
don't
it's a flying boat.
drink.
Yeah, I know, but even the flying boat is not going to appreciate if it's suddenly acted like a
Oh, that's a thing you haven't had experience with. You haven't even landed it on water yet.
Improv. Wonderful.
It's fine.
I'll walk you through it. It'll be okay.
It's fine. It's okay.
Didn't
you
Merlin
can walk
teach me
on
how to
water.
read the radar so that, like, if he was needed over in the piloting area, I can take over the radar?
Or indeed anyone else.
There's trust issues, unfortunately, of Masha allowing anybody else
To
who
fly
isn't
something she's in.
fully qualified to do something dangerous in a plane.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Then we do need Midas.
You want me to play a game for you? I mean, if it makes you feel any better, I'll tie one hand behind my back.
This is when Midas gets like some cryptic message saying we need to swap pilots.
Yeah.
Can you fly out here? And
She's like unavowed. We haven't got the right person. Can you
Yeah,
just pop out?
Yes. So, what's the roll, Drat?
Piloting check.
Sorry,
Yes,
we
please.
query on there for some reason.
That's an 8.
It's an 8. Excellent. How low are you going?
how low can
Oh,
you go?
yeah, there you go.
Is it 50 feet counts as 0 height?
Mm-hmm.
Something
Give or
like that.
take.
What is the swell like?
Not spectacular.
Okay.
You don't normally get a lot of wind when there's a fog.
I am going to drop it then to 30 feet.
Okay.
That is bloody low.
Can I have notice checks from everyone else, please? Because this is taking all of Masha's concentration.
Hang on, let me just actually
Let me.
be able
I'll
to
try.
find my character sheet underneath this map.
I really want there to be a
Just
fishing
click on your face again. If you click on your face on the top left, it'll just bring it to the top.
Ha! I did not
Specifically, I
know that.
want there to be a fishing boat called the Swan in the way.
Oh God!
Yes.
Notice was that.
Notice, please. Yep. What was that about the swan?
I just want there to be a fishing boat called the Swan in the way as she's flying at 30 feet, so that we can have a sudden hot fuzz moment and yell Swan.
Yes.
What'd you get, Robinson?
6.
I got a 5.
And Jury?
Why am I rolling? Sorry.
Rolling notice.
You did not notice the notice roll.
That's why I'm laughing. That's immediately why I laughed. Why am I rolling? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Apparently, despite that
Don't worry about
really belated notice, she got
Okay.
pretty high.
Absolutely.
Moody did fine. I didn't. I failed my notice, but she did fine.
Yeah. No worries.
Are you okay, Knight?
I'm fine.
Alive.
So, Robinson, you're being followed.
Oh. That's kind of terrifying.
Shard and Jury. There is something on the water over there. You can't make it out fully because of the mist, but there's something on the water there.
In front of us or
Yes.
behind us?
That depends on how you've been positioned by your pilot. How did you position with a view to looking at what's there?
I'm probably sitting. I'm sitting in the co-pilot seat with Madonna because I have flown the plane before, just to help out if needed. So I'm looking forward.
I am going to be on the outside of the line of the notional line between the coordinates. So the area we want to search is on our left.
In which case, the boat that you're looking at is on your left.
We've got a ship over there, and it's coming in towards us.
No, you've got a ship over there. It's sort of heading out to sea.
Oh, it's heading out to sea.
It's shipping.
Does it have any lights
In the
on?
same direction as us?
It has no lights on.
No lights.
So they're trying to be sneaky.
Okay.
Suspicious.
Also, we don't have any guns on this ship. This airship.
Plane.
Airplane.
That's true.
Yeah, as you're flying, it looks an awful lot like an ironclad.
Yeah, I definitely am not putting the unarmed seaplane up against a warship.
Except the warships, the way that their guns, an ironclad, their guns aim low in terms of if we stay high enough, they can't hit us with anything.
Well, there's a reason not to be at
Why
30
would anyone use such outdated technology?
Right? That's the
Because they're
technology
heading
we're
for the
looking for. That is. Wait a minute. How is there an ironclad
Yeah, I
on
was
the
just
sea right
like,
now?
yeah.
Sorry, I misspoke. A steamer, not an ironclad. A steamer. The words are
Right.
getting muscled in my head. I do apologize. Not
No,
an
that's okay.
ironclad.
That's okay.
So
We
I
also have this expectation of ghost ship and ghosts happening, so
Steamer.
yes, okay, that's fine. You were the party. Okay. Am I low enough for one of the observant people to see a name?
No.
it's also dark.
Yeah, I know. You got torches. It's fine.
Yes,
You
well,
know it's
someone would
heading
have to
further
hang it.
out.
Sorry.
Was that?
Lupa?
Oh, I was just asking. You said it's heading further out to sea.
Yep.
So is it headed toward that middle coordinate point?
Yep.
From where we are. Okay.
We can beat them there.
We can beat them there.
Yeah, but
Can
To
we
give you an
defend
idea
it?
of roughly what you're looking at,
Mm,
it is this.
okay.
It's one of the transatlantics.
Okay.
You
No,
know?
it's not a transatlantic. That's not a,
No,
that's
no,
not a
no,
very
no.
big ship.
Yeah, that's closer to a riverboat than a transatlantic.
That's gonna
It's got
have a
paddles.
bad time.
Yeah, there were transatlantic paddle steamers.
That's
Because
quite cool. Though. That's
I,
like the ones that used to serve Margate.
I
That's famous
used
in the
I
Waverley,
used
isn't it?
one that went
That's
missing
what kind of ones I was thinking of.
Been on that.
the excuse why one of my fantasy stories had industrialized. Because
In
the
terms
setting
of-
was a world where things that went missing from Earth ended up.
Oh, that's
Uh-huh.
cool.
I took one of the transatlantic paddle steamers that went missing and dumped it over there to explain why this fantasy setting had started
Yeah,
to industrialize.
Nice.
The paddle technology will work on the ocean. No reason why not.
Yeah.
But that boat is not designed for ocean travel. You can see that.
Yeah. Paddle technology would have to be sturdy though too. I mean, it's got to be big enough and be set properly and have a ship that can take the ocean. Um,
So are we assuming
terms
that
of
this
plan-
boat is doing something it wasn't designed to do right now?
no, it's not going all the way out into the ocean. It's
Yeah.
going like what, 10 miles off of shore,
Yeah, what's the scale on this map?
or is that 25 miles?
Oh, good God, no! You're probably talking about 100 miles out.
100 miles. Okay.
I'm thinking.
So 100 miles offshore, yes, technically ocean, but not deep ocean.
Shallow.
It's still gonna have a bit of a bad time if weather turns.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It could not cope with bad weather, but so long as the weather's okay.
In terms
Okay.
of bad weather, I've got a plan, or at least an idea of a plan. We could get there first, yes. Or one or two of us can parachute down and sabotage its ability to move, land, pick us back up again after we finish sabotaging it, and then fly over there. And then we don't have someone sneak up on us while we're trying to do diving.
Oh, you beat to it.
I don't want to fling your Halo dreams into a fire.
This is not Halo. What Halo? I don't want to drop out of a ship or out of an airplane. I prefer being in the airplane, but I also prefer not being shot or run over by a boat.
Do you have a parachuting skill?
No,
Have you ever used a parachute?
I haven't had to. I fly just fine.
Are you only good at sabotage?
Yes.
You're not going.
He would be the one that needs to go.
No.
Wait, how does
he's not the
sabotage?
one.
Is
We are
not
sabotage his own skill?
No, pull his shoulder back
No,
on that one. No.
We are not hand delivering our techie, who is probably the most important person on this plane right now, to
Actually-
bad guys who may well be trying to steal him.
Can I just briefly say, not the one, not the one.
I wasn't saying. So, see, I'm not saying send Merlin out by himself. I'm saying sending Merlin with
Merlin's
Merlin.
going. It's simple enough. You two, Moody and Mithra, yeah, I can see going.
Moody has to stay with the plane, and Merlin.
They're expendable.
Correct me
I mean, if
I'm
we
wrong.
fly close enough, I can try to shoot people on the deck from the plane. I don't know.
I'm kind of low. I mean, if you do want to sabotage it, that's one thing, but I am kind of loath. And you're going to have to imagine an accent here because my throat's giving up on me. I'm not necessarily going to be opening fire at random on people we've yet to identify.
That's fine.
Fair enough.
Okay, fine. If we do not try to send someone who can actually sabotage down there to sabotage, we get there first and we start doing the operation, but we have to be prepared for them taking their ship and running it into our plane.
The thing is, messing up an engine is far easier than fixing an engine. Most people can work out how to break something. It's
You
far
say
harder to put it
that.
back together.
But I have tried to break things many times and failed. I'm better at fixing things, mostly human things. I can break humans and I can fix humans. I can't do that with machines very well.
The last I checked, engines don't self-heal.
You're right, but engines are very well built. Whereas humans are squishy.
Breaking an
Well,
engine is really easy. All you have to do is find some dials and change the numbers at random.
In
We're
this
gonna-
case, I would have to make a roll.
We're going to leave it there because clearly there's discussion happening while you're looking at this. Yeah, at this point, are you flying circles around it? So we're gonna call a halt there.
It's like, please hold, bad guys. We're having a talk.
I'm
We're
not
doing the
flying
bad
circles.
guy thing of
You'll never
discussing our
notice
whole
it.
plan in the open.
This is the opposite of the villain monologue. It's the good
It's the
guy.
hero indecision. So we will wrap things up there with the four of you in the flying boat, working out what you're going to do with this paddle steamer.
Oh,
I
no.
will turn this plane around.
Wait a minute. Do we have napalm? Do we have napalm
No.
on board?
No,
You have napalm on board.
Has it even been invented yet?
I don't know, but we need something.
Styrofoam
I think
probably
it
has.
has, but not what we would call napalm.
See, you should have brought the crap duster. That carries napalm.
Because I
Yeah.
did research napalm production for modifying the crap duster in the future.
Ah,
just to
okay.
check.
How
But
long?
there is something that you could use as napalm, but it isn't
Oh.
what we would call napalm yet.
So GCHQ has logged that you were doing searches on how to make napalm. Then right, that's good.
Awesome. Great. Thanks.
Mithra is so funny because like you think of a doctor as somebody who would be like kind of careful and methodical, and Mithra's just like, oh, we could just blow it up. We could just send people commandos down there and blow it up.
Do no harm. Do we have napalm?
Hey, I do no harm to the patients under my care. Currently, these people are getting in the way of my patients, which are the people that are around me that I need to help take care of.
You only harm their liver.
I love
It's
Miss.
fine.
I'm sorry. I apologise if in character I'm sort of shouting at you a bit, but I'm not out of character. This is wonderful.
This has been such a good session for like me as a person.
Yeah.
This is my feelings. This character is
Yeah.
different.
Very much. I mean, I can totally understand
Oh.
Mithra's point of view. And yeah, the most logical person to send is the engineer in many ways. On the other
Mhm.
hand, it's entirely possible that the engineer is one of the things they're after.
Yeah,
Yes.
And I'd rather
definitely.
wrap him.
So
I do think, in terms of out of character conversation about it, I do think that this ship going towards these coordinates have nothing to do with the British the British company that's there.
Yeah.
They have their own plot going on. This is two different plots, and I think one is a red herring, and we're tying them together in our heads.
Will be. Players over convoluted. That isn't so.
Oh,
Okay.
and add to the fact that we can't stay on track for 5 minutes with anything.
Hey, we are on track. There's 4 of us heading towards the plot right now.
Party.
Also,
and with
again, the
that,
party is still split.
Yes. I
As
love
a-
it.
as
we
a
shall look
last
forward to the
action-
next
You're not-
session.
You're not part of the party anymore. Yeah, the
As
party-
a last action, before. Is the dagger armed? It is, isn't it?
Yes,
My
Is
dagger
the
is.
dagger still armed?
he
Yeah.
has
Because-
said that it is weighted down by the combat enhancement, so I'm assuming so. Yes.
Okay.
I was umming and ahhing over whether he was going to ask Merlin to strip the weaponry off, so to get him that little bit extra speed, but it hasn't actually been done. So
In that case,
That-
I
that-
am forwarding a radio message as the final action before we wrap to Darian, relaying via the bad debt, and posting the coordinates that we are currently at, which, given that Mithra's been playing with the charts, I should be able to give him quite
Yeah.
accurately, and asking Midas for aid. With
Okay.
a lack of
you're going to have to send somebody down to the party to pull him away.
That would not be difficult at all. What we do is we send a message back to the bad
Yes,
debt,
And the bad
and we
debt
tell
sends a
them to
runner.
bring Midas specifically a very specific type of alcohol that he enjoys to get his attention
You didn't
with a
really
message from us.
complicate things. You never made a simple plan, did you?
There's going to be like the 20-step instruction manual for
Did
pulling
you-
Midas away from you.
See, I was just thinking of sending a message down to the airstrip at Darien where everything was happening. and a messenger runner then heading to the party.
That was what I
seems-
was assuming was going to
Yeah.
happen. Yes.
Yeah, that's rather more logical to me. Instead of,
But
I
you're
don't know,
assuming that Midas is going to listen to said runner.
I've asked for his help. If he thinks he can lord that over Madonna, he will come freaking running.
Hmm.
Wait. How is Madonna wording this? Ask for help.
She's asking for his aid
That would get him, to be fair.
with
The
a
chance to look flashy and heroic.
laptop.
get him.
I need your help, and I need it fast.
Ah, okay, that's good wording.
He owes me for saving his ass multiple times in the previous scenario.
Also, make sure you send new coordinates for where we're heading.
Yeah, that's right.
And a few minutes after this message goes out, lucky when, this is Davian Control. Is there a bonus on this at all?
You know, this sounds an awful lot like a summoning in, say, like Final Fantasy or whatnot, except it's one of the summonings that cost coins to get them to do anything.
I gotta wait this up. Like, they just opened the champagne and
Double booze rations.
Oh God.
So you were right in the end. It was dangling alcohol in front of him that he wants.
Yep,
I-
I'm happy to do so.
I know what motivates people.
Oh.
Okay.
But the answer is always alcohol with Mithra.
It is.
Yep.
It's always the right answer.
Scientifically speaking, alcohol is a solution.
yeah.
Again.
I thought we were getting away without too many puns this week. Oh dear. Yeah, that didn't help.
Can we award a chip tonight?
No, because he was using it against us.
We don't want Knight to have tips.
The GM does get tips. in
Yeah,
this
I
my
know.
God.
NPCs.
Okay. Housekeeping as we wrap up then. Thank you, Knight. That was
Yes.
wonderful. Dropping the link in chat if anyone wishes to support the stream. You can do
Yes,
so
indeed.
on this link. I'm trying to get into the habit of mentioning such things because I'm still shy about it, and that's really pathetic.
There's absolutely nothing special going on next week, is there?
No, next week is totally relaxed. So Sunday, the Alien RPG on the 1st of November, the new Aliens RPG using the Year Zero system.
Yeah.
And you will be having a perfectly nice and relaxing sojourn for busy mining ships on Ice Station Pegasus, which is going to be safe and happy and possibly fluffy kittens.
And no aliens at all, obviously.
No.
Oh, on top of
Nothing
that,
bad is
we've
gonna
got
happen.
on Discord a watch party associated with this not having any aliens on Sunday thing.
In advance of that, yes.
Yeah. Do we have Discord? Oh, hello, Spider. Go away. Yes, we have a Discord link. Yay.
We do.
And I totally took the day off, guys. I
New
got the day off,
friends
so I will
and
be there to watch Alien.
Cool. Yeah. Anyone wants to join our Discord for any reason, you can drop in there and we can have chats about games.
drop in and
such
Tell us how
things.
cool we are or how much our accents suck.
Oh, God. I'm
And we
sorry
know
about
they
the
suck.
accent.
No, I love them. I think they're fantastic.
Look, because the two foreigners here are foreign, your accents are amazing simply because they're foreign.
Bravo.
Okay, so that's our Discord link, that's our donation link, and very much appreciate it if you can support us. It is not essential. You are very welcome to watch for nothing, but it all helps. It all helps support the stream. So I will turn back over tonight, having completed the housekeeping, and you can do the wrap
Thank
up.
you very much. So we will be back here in 3 weeks with Crimson Skies. And then rolling on through next week as far as personal streaming goes, I will be live on the drum kit on both Tuesday and Thursday this week. Thursday will be a special Halloween drum stream.
Nice.
Halloween themed requests from everyone in chat, hopefully, royalty free as always, and wrapping up with 4 songs that I have spent 4 months discussing with their management and licensing team over to play 4 songs from the Cat Empire, all
Awesome.
fully licensed and legal and above board, and I'm so looking forward to that.
Cool. Excellent stuff. Right.
Right, you streaming next week?
I am indeed. I am tomorrow. I should be streaming Styx on my Monstrous Monday, which is a fantasy goblin steam tech stealth them up, from what I've seen. And on Thursday, I am streaming Vampire with a Y. With the very confused Dr. Jonathan wandering around London, biting people while complaining that he's seeking a vampire.
Fish, are you planning any streams at all next week?
Yes. But that's about as much detail as I can give
Right, fine.
you.
We'll keep an eye on Discord.
I hope to try and get a game stream in. It'll be during the day on Tuesday or Wednesday, depending on when I'm busy. Hopefully, and with luck, on Friday, I will manage the first of my delayed, because I was supposed to start it this Friday, just gone.
Yeah.
Game design
Excellent.
streams for the Axe tabletop role-playing game, which
Nice.
I've been languishing for 6 years, not getting work done on it. So it's time I got back to it, and
It is.
at them to do it on stream.
It has not been languishing. It has been, what do you call it when you put stuff into a barrel and make alcohol? Fermenting. It's been fermenting.
Yeah, or
No, it's been
percolating.
languishing.
Fermenting.
Okay.
Okay, Jury, are you streaming at all this week? Let's go, because we're all streamers here
Yep.
now, let's face it, so everyone gets an equal shout. Jury,
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I should be able to finish up Moons of Madness. If I don't finish it tomorrow, I'm going to finish it on Wednesday. I'm very excited. It's a really good, scary space game, so it's going to be really thematically appropriate with what's going to be happening here at the end of the week.
Cool.
Robinson,
I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to be streaming next week yet. It's either going to be this new anime game that has taken the internet by storm, apparently, and everyone's asking me to play it. And I've been trying to resist it because it's one of those ones where it's like the loot box mechanics. But I might give it a shot. I'm not sure. If it's not that, then I will be restarting Tears of Avia because I finished my playthrough. But I'm going to be playing on hardcore, which means that if a character dies, they die.
Ah,
Ooh,
So,
Iron Man mode.
yeah,
yeah.
cool. And
Nice.
Shard, last but by no means least, you've started on the streamer path. What's next for Shard?
I'm thinking Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, and it will be long after your guys' streams because I don't get off work here until around three or four my time.
Yeah.
I'll either try to do a learning the banjo terribly stream or continue playing
Yes.
Hades for
All
everyone.
musicians.
Yeah,
Both
exactly
of
where.
those sound lovely.
Maybe
that's
sometime we get
musician
together and you can learn the banjo terribly while I terribly fail to learn to play the harmonica along with you.
Hey, that would be amazing.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
It would be a disaster, but maybe one
Oh, trust me. I know it's going to be a disaster the minute that I start streaming and trying to play.
Cool. Thank you very much for hanging out, folks. Thank you for joining the game. Thank you for playing the game. I'll see you all soon.
Thank you.
Good night,
Good night.
everyone.
Bye.